Well, we now have an in-person quorum, and so I'm able to call this meeting to order of the Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals. Ms. Nestor Jelen, if you would kindly call the roll.
Sure. Margaret Clements.
Here.
Skip Daly. Pamela Davidson.
Here, and I'm sorry to be late.
Understandable. Guy
Beyond my
Loftman.
control.
Here.
Jeff Morris. Sorry, Jeff, we couldn't quite hear you.
I'm here. Are you able to hear me now?
All right, thank you. All right, so we have 4 members, 3 in person, and we do have a quorum.
And Jeff Morris is our new member to the Board of Zoning Appeals. Do we need to administer the oath of office?
Do we?
Okay.
Then yes.
And if you could kindly put it on the screen, or if you give it to me. We welcome Mr. Morris to join our BZA because he's such a wonderful member of our Plan Commission, and he'll soon be here in person, but not tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Clements. I'm looking forward to joining the group.
Thank you, Jeff. And if you would kindly raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jeff Morris,
I, Jeff Morris,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
of America and of the state of Indiana,
of America and of the state of Indiana,
and that I will faithfully and impartially perform my duties
and that I will faithfully and impartially perform my duties
as a Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals member
as a Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals member,
according to the law and to the best of my skill and ability.
according to the law and to the best of my skill and ability.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Thank you for your willingness to serve and for sticking to the standards we all abide by. Thank you. Now, is there a motion to introduce the evidence?
I would like to make a motion to introduce tonight's evidence.
I second.
Been moved and seconded to introduce the following items into the evidence: the Monroe County Development Ordinance as adopted and amended, the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan as adopted and amended, the Monroe County Board of Zoning Appeals Rules of Procedure as adopted and amended, and the cases that were legally advertised and scheduled for a hearing on tonight's agenda.
Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve that.
Second that.
I'll go ahead and call the roll. A vote yes is a vote to approve the introduction of evidence. Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 4-0.
And I'd like to make a friendly amendment to tonight's agenda under administrative business that we have the election of officers. This is the month we normally do that. Does anyone object?
Supported.
Okay, then is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda as listed and as amended?
Move to approve the evening's agenda as amended.
I second that.
Okay, a vote yes is a vote to approve tonight's agenda with the addition of board elections. Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Jeff Morris.
Yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes?
Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Motion is approved 4-0.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes of the December 4th and January 8th meetings of the Board of Zoning Appeals, either together or separately?
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes of December 4th, 2024, and also January 8th of 2025.
I second that.
Second? Oh, you second.
Yes.
You beat me to it.
Right, there's been a motion and a second to approve both sets of minutes as advertised and given a link for. So Jeff Morris.
I will abstain.
Okay. Margaret Clements.
Yes?
Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Guy Loftman.
Yes.
Motion is approved 3-0 to 1.
Okay, now for the item under administrative business, there are officer elections, and I think there are 2 positions open for the president and the vice president of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
I move to nominate, I move to elect Margaret Clements as president President of the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Oh, I will second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to nominate Margaret Clements as president or chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals. A vote yes is a vote to approve Margaret as president. Guy Loftman,
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson,
Oh, yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes.
Okay.
And thank you
motion
for your
passes.
vote of confidence, and I'll do my best to preside in a fair manner.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
proven stellar service.
Thank you, thank you. Now for Vice President?
I nominate, I move we elect Skip Daly as Vice President.
I will second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to nominate Skip as vice chair. Has anyone chatted with Skip? Is he okay to accept that role?
But that is a good question.
I think he is. He's only, after tonight's women's basketball game that he normally attends with his daughter, he'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right. I'll go ahead and call the roll as Skip as vice chair. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson,
Oh, yes.
Margaret Clements.
Yes?
Guy Loftman. Okay, motion is approved, 4-0.
Okay.
And Margaret, before we move on, may we all thank and appreciate Dee Owens
Oh, yes.
for her wonderful, also very stellar, dedicated, thoughtful service. She shall be missed.
Yes, she shall, and I really appreciate your taking a moment to formally recognize her. I don't know if the administrative staff has any kind of certificate of service or anything that we could give to Dee Owens for her years of thoughtful service to the
I
BZA.
intend to introduce a formal resolution.
Oh.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you. So Guy Loftman will introduce a formal, thank you. So you two were thinking alike. Okay, thank you so much. Well, we're moving on to old business, and the first item on the agenda is VAR-24-26, the Hubli Eco Area 1 variance to Chapter 823 concerning 126.79 plus or minus acre parcel in Clear Creek Township at 8391 South Fairfax Road. And I believe Ms. Crecelius will review the case with us.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to do a very brief little overview and then a quick update. So just as a reminder, this is a variance request from Chapter 823 from the eco area, specifically land disturbance of 12% slope restriction. The purpose of the variance request is that the petitioners are proposing a single-family residential dwelling that's located partially on slopes that exceed 12%. On the screen is a quick timeline of the petition. So it was originally filed in June for the July 22nd hearing and has been continued. It was heard for the first time at the November 6th hearing. There were two motions that were not successful. Both failed at a 2-2 vote with more information requested. In December and January, it was continued to this evening. So on the screen is a slope map of what the property looks like. This is utilizing LiDAR data from 2010, which illustrates approximately the slope that is either 12% or under or greater than 12% and is shaded red. On the screen is a petitioner-provided site plan that then staff marked up and illustrated with yellow and purple marks. This was just an illustration of the area that they're proposing to build, which is on the southeast portion at the bottom right of the screen, where the ridge becomes more narrow. This area, highlighted Area 2, just a reminder, this was a call out for where their septic location was. So Area 2 was not an alternative location. It's where their septic field was supposed to be. And this illustration was marked up by staff as a way to demonstrate that there's a large area of ridgeline on the property that is much wider than the area that they are proposing to build their dwelling on. So this was just an illustration that there are other opportunities on site that would be on slopes under 12%. And then just a quick reminder, zoomed in, of that proposed dwelling. So a quick little update. So since January, since December, I'll go back since we didn't actually hear anything at January. They did provide the petitioner and the representatives have provided a report by an arborist and an updated letter of intent by Mr. Michael Carmen. The arborist report identifies the location and species of trees that are relevant to the site. A couple points to note is that there was a slope map that was included with the arborist report, which is at least miscalculated and shows a much greater area of 12%. So that's just a side comment. It focuses really on a tree inventory map that was provided that shows tree species and sizes. It did not necessarily show on that map of areas that would be 12% or under. The petitioner's updated letter of intent stated that the footprint of the proposed dwelling was updated to remove a patio area and reduce the size of elevated decks, but a new footprint of the home was not provided to staff, so we have not seen that. Since then, those were our comments for January BZA. They did provide an exhibit and a response by the arborist discussing the slope map. Really, planning staff did not see a response from the January updated information. So currently, our recommended motion is recommending denial, and it hinges on the requirement of being able to prove practical difficulties. So the statement is that the petitioner could relocate the proposed structure to any portion of the ridgeline to the northwest and be on grades under 12% and remove the need for the variance. The petitioner is unable to prove practical difficulties, and that is specifically Part C of that definition that states a significant development limitation that cannot be reasonably addressed through the redesign or relocation of the development, building, structure, existing, or proposed. So ultimately, we are saying that the petitioner could redesign and or relocate the proposed dwelling on the property and meet all development standards. For example, the dwelling could be reduced in size or dimensions altered to be located on slopes under 12%. They could also prioritize tree preservation as well if they intended to, with that reduction in size or dimensions. Right, so the petitioner could redesign or relocate on the property and meet all development standards. So, quick overview. Did anybody have any questions for me on that?
Do members of the BZA have questions for staff?
I do. When the picture you showed with the red ridge lines with the area 1 and 2, it looks like a great amount of this tract is slope compromised. Is that right? Because you said in red shows greater than 12%. Is that what I heard you say?
Right. It's a 26-acre property, so
Yes.
this is a very large area.
Yes.
So, yes, in comparison, a large portion of this property would not be developable under the Eco 1 standards. That being said, you know, that ridgeline is a significant swath of the property.
Thank you.
Mr. Morris or Mr. Loftman?
No questions right now.
Okay, then we'll hear from the petitioner's representative, Mr. Carmen, if you would kindly sign in. And then collectively, you'll have 15 minutes, as you well know.
Thanks, Mike Carmen, representing the petitioner, which is the Hubley Trust. I'm going to speak for just a couple, 3 minutes now, and then defer to Mr. Jerome Delbridge, and I'll be back to wrap things up, and particularly the issue dealing with what are a proposed statement of proposed findings, and I hope those have had a chance to pass those down. I didn't want to clutter up your tables before we got started. Just to identify, Mr. Hubley is here. If should there be some matter which you have a question or something, maybe he'd be the best one to respond to that. Mr. Delbridge, the arborist. David Gilman is here, who provides land development services, has been heavily involved in the site design and location and those issues, so there may be questions best suited for him to answer. And Jim Mack, the architect on the house. And I want to make just a couple factual comments now And then I'm going to turn over to Jerome, the arborist, for his report. Because, you know, the history on this is that first time it was heard, the petition was heard in full. Now, 3 of you were here. Mr. Morris was not. Skip, I believe, wasn't, and Dee. But we're not intending to rehash most of what you heard that first time. I trust that Mr. Morris would have availed himself the opportunity to watch the tape or to read minutes and reports and has tried to get up to speed, and we're going to rely on that and not rehash a lot of old territory. We do disagree with much of the staff conclusion statements and it's made, particularly with regard to the reasonableness of the design. And I will comment on that now, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jerome. But, you know, this is a legal lot of record. It's zoned for a single family, for residential use, for a single family home. That's a lawfully permitted use. In doing that, we're really entitled to a reasonable use of it. We could build a shed on this property and not need a variance. That's true. If we could cut this structure in half and not, we don't even have to go that far, but we could reduce the footprint of the structure. But it's not necessary. It's not a reasonable design and to tailor it down that far. You'll see from Mr. Mack's design that he took great effort to conform the configuration of the footprint to match the ridge top as much as possible and keep the structure within that buildable area. It does intrude somewhat, not tremendously, but does intrude somewhat into the 12-degree slope, and that's what we're addressing tonight. And there are practical difficulties with that, and we'll come back and I'll talk about that a little bit more after you've heard from Jerome. But the issue is that there are more than one planning consideration, more than one planning objective involving any development. And what we're getting right now is a presentation by staff that slope is a zero tolerance issue. That's it, zero tolerance. If you go past the 12-degree slope, sorry, too bad for you, case over. And that's not neither the law nor is it reasonable. And we'll address that and more specifically about the practical difficulties and the consequences of pulling out of the slope area for a different site construction. And that's why I want to defer to Jerome now, and I'll be back shortly to wrap up.
If you would kindly pause the clock while Mr. Jerome Delbridge signs in, and I swear him in. Mr. Delbridge, would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you. So if you would kindly start the clock again, Mr. Delbridge, we look forward to hearing from you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Jerome Delbridge. I'm an ISA certified arborist. I've been an arborist for over 10 years. I also have a tree risk assessment qualification. And I have over 20 years experience with geographic information systems. On November 15th, I visited the site, subject site. I was asked to conduct a tree inventory and an assessment as the trees pertain to stormwater, erosion, siltation, and loss of topsoil on the site, as well as protecting the forest for the beneficial water management that it provides. That is all as described in Section 823, Monroe County Development Ordinance. Before I review the conclusions that I had, I did want to address the data set that I used to determine the slope and the models that I used for this. It was a different data set. I used LiDAR that was captured 28. But I think that regardless of the data and the differences from the data of the staff, my conclusions are still valid regardless of what we look at. I'd like to review the findings, review the conclusions that I have from my site visit and assessment, and then I'll talk about the interactions of trees and soil and how trees impact soil erosion. That's what I understand the ordinance is pertaining to. First, my conclusions. The scope of my work with the field was inventory of the trees, evaluate the trees that would be impacted by potential construction at the originally proposed site, and then sites northwest on the ridge. So the original site. Oh, and I looked at tree size, tree health, structure, overall site characteristics regarding the trees in the forest, and then also modeled the soil loss potential after construction at either of these proposed. The original site, the trees were sparse, they were younger, and the species was a typical maple red cedar forest type, which is typical, those species are typical of an impacted site. There were 10 trees that would need to be removed for construction at that site, and the total trunk diameter, if you were to line all the trees that would be removed up, we would have 139 inches of trunk diameter removed. Soil was compact. The tree size and the tree quality was relatively low compared to the other places on this site. Could have you pull up slide number 4 for me, please? It's the alternate site was composed of a highly dense, mature tree canopy, typically oak hickory forest. The trees were, thank you. So this is the originally proposed sites, and you can see the trees. I'm going to the next slide. Here are the two sites, the originally proposed site, and then this is just one example of 41 trees that would need to be removed at the alternate site northwest of the ridge. We have, as you can see, mature trees, dense canopy, oak hickory forest, which is really the gold standard for forests in the southern and central Indiana forest type. 663 inches of total diameter DBH. The soil here was found to be rich. Tree size was large with a high quality, and tree density was also high. Four times more trees would need to be removed for the similar size footprint at the northwest. Finally, I want to talk about why the trees on this site matter and have an impact on soil and erosion. I'd like to explain to folks, clients, as we talk about trees and removing trees, the trees help with erosion both from the canopy and the roots, and I'll start at the roots. Tree roots can grow out from the trunk as far as a tree is tall, so they go far beyond the canopy of a tree. Those roots have fine root hairs as well as larger roots, and that really creates a fabric that holds soil together. As soon as a tree is cut, those fine root tips that grow out throughout, they die within days, and then the larger roots, it'll take years for those roots to die. But as the tree roots start to die from a tree being cut, the fabric of that soil starts to degrade. Also, within the tree roots, there's mycorrhizal fungus. It's a whole system that also provides soil health and cohesion. A healthy soil is much less prone to erosion than a depleted. Just as important as the roots underground, we have the tree canopy. So the tree canopy, as raindrops come from the cloud, if they hit bare soil, they have a lot of velocity. When you have a tree canopy, the leaves, energy. Some of the rain then falls from the twigs down with much less velocity. Rain flows trunk of the tree and slowly infiltrates the soil. Days like today where we have rain but no leaves on the deciduous trees, those leaves are still doing their job, they're just on the forest floor. They create a blanket as they decompose, as they become food for micro. So when we remove trees, those trees, the removal of those trees have a long-term and a short-term impact on erosion. long after a building has been put up and the erosion controls have been pulled in, those trees, the loss of those trees still impacts a site. So in conclusion, comparing the originally proposed site to any of the other sites in that dense, healthy forest, I believe that we're going to see much greater potential for soil loss long-term in that latter less than 12% area, as opposed to the already sparse site that was originally proposed, even though there was.
Thank you very much, Mr. Delbridge. Would you kindly stop the clock up above so that whoever will speak next can be sworn in? Mr. Carmen, are you speaking next?
Unless you have a question ready before he steps down.
No, we'll ask questions later, but you don't need to be sworn in, so, well, they can start the clock again. There are 3 minutes and 53 seconds remaining.
How long?
3 minutes and 53 seconds. So,
That goes fast. Okay, so quickly then, which I talk fast anyway, you should have in front of you, I believe, petitioner's proposed findings. I'm just going to review those, not only to make them part of the record, but these really extract facts and information from the petition, from Mr. Delbridge's work, and draw some conclusions and findings from those. So I'll add a couple additional comments. So with regard to item A, which is always the health, safety, and welfare criteria, staff is, as I understand it, don't question that that's a problem, but there's proposed findings there that about Mr. Hubley has already planted 80 trees on the lot. I mean, tree preservation is an important part of him, but there's nothing about building a single-family home on this site that interferes with public health, safety, or welfare. The closest issue that might come to that, which we'll be addressing a little bit more in later findings, is the issue of water quality for Lake Monroe, protecting that. And we don't believe that construct this home will adversely affect that, and we'll talk about that more. I'm going to jump to item B, the approval, including any conditions that address use and value of adjacent properties. Again, the construction of a single-family home, there's essentially nobody around us. There's nothing there. There's no, the ravines and the slopes and the treat areas surrounding us, adjacent properties are not going to be adversely affected, either the use of that for that purpose or the value of those properties. So the criteria, item B, your findings, you should have no trouble on finding that. Item C, which is Ann highlighted in her staff comments, is the area where these various battles are almost always fought. Are there practical difficulties? There's more than one planning objective. The slope itself, it's 12 degrees, is not the planning objective. The planning objective is water quality, maintaining and not adversely affecting water quality in Lake Monroe. That's the planning objective. It attempts to accomplish that in some measure by establishing a bright line, 12 degrees, as a line of no disturbance. And that's what we're dealing with, the issue of disturbance or not. So what does that mean? That's what Jerome addressed, the issue of erosion or siltation that would be enhanced by loss of ground cover, by disturbed soils. And so we address that in part by there's a written commitment in the petition for construction techniques and erosion control measures both during construction and primarily during post-construction until vegetative disturbed soils areas are cover is reestablished. What Jerome's report does is balances that issue against the same problem of erosion siltation, the disturbed soils, at an alternate site where we would not be into the 12-degree slope and not have that variance requirement, but that's at a cost. The cost is a much greater increased risk of doing exactly the harm that is sought to be prevented by the 12-degree slope line. That is the impact of increasing erosion or siltation on the site. We could build lawfully in an area, but at a cost of a much greater risk of doing the very harm that you seek to prevent with the slope line. And that is maintaining the water quality of Lake Monroe by limiting the siltation erosion into the water. The alternate site, as Jerome was pointing to you with his work and his study of the root structure, the tree canopy, and the effect of those things, and particularly the effect of the loss of those, establishes the practical difficulties. Now, we can go on. The house design has been specifically tailored to limit it to as much as possible within the buildable area on this site. The removal of the 511 square feet of covered deck and 1,242 feet of patio was not moving it to someplace else and maintaining the footprint. That was a removal, not a relocation. So from the first design that you would have seen in the first meeting, there is that change of reducing the footprint and those surface areas. It still leaves, even with the linear design, as I call it, it leaves it with most of it in outside of the 12-degree slope, some intrusion. But when you balance the issues as presented by Mr. Delbridge in his remarks, it's a fair trade-off of being able to reasonably use the property and minimize the risk of any harm.
Thank you,
That's what we're
Mr.
doing.
Carmen. Thank you very much, and Mr. Delbridge. Now, do members of the Board of Zoning Appeals have questions for Mr. Carmen or Mr. Delbridge?
I do. Mike, didn't you tell us before that the original site had been logged before, and that's why it's clearer with more new growth? Isn't that?
That's been some time ago. That's
Long
not
time
recent.
ago,
Yes,
but that's
yeah.
why it
Yes.
looks
Right.
clearer than the rest has been.
Correct.
Yes, okay. And for staff, by taking off the patio and putting the house more on the linear ridge in the natural slope, this paper we've just gotten tonight, okay, this new footprint paper, it says at the bottom, where does it say?
House foundation aligns to natural slope.
Yes, but somewhere, oh, I know why. I'm looking at this one, the older one. I think this is the older one.
Yes.
And this older one said 1,882 square feet of disturbed area outside 12%. My question is, with these changes, what does that percentage go down to? Do we know? Is that a clear question?
Yeah, I understood it.
Oh, good.
I would like to know.
I didn't know that we had an updated footprint.
Oh.
So the only mention to that was provided, it was mentioned in the petitioner's letter.
I would just like to just see if this math flies. On this particular page, it says 1,882 square feet of disturbed area outside of 12% slope, and that indicates like 1,383 and 499 added together. And then down here in red on this, it says 1,242 square feet is removed from that. So it, in essence, is about a 600 square foot difference that, actually a 1,200 square foot difference where 600 square feet are, yes, sir.
You need to swear me in.
Yes, please, would you kindly raise your right hand, and what is your name, sir?
David Gilman.
Mr. Gilman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I prepared this illustration, and I wanted to show you the original footprint in the area that was outside 12 and within the 15 is 1,882 square feet.
Right.
The reason I put in remove patio and reduce elevated deck is in the staff report, they calculated a much larger area, almost 6,700 square feet was disturbed outside the 12. I wanted to clarify that we originally had 1,882 and staff brought to our attention, but that did not include the patio, and we have since removed that to further reduce it. So we are at a net disturbed area at 1,882. But before, we were hovering around 6,700.
I see.
I see.
I see. So we're at 1,882.
We're at 1,882 as shown on slide 7, and this is the new footprint that we uploaded for the board members to have in their packets, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That clarifies that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a question for this variance request?
I do.
Yes, Mr. Loftman.
I think Mr. Carmen is the one who talked about, my question is, there's a drawing for each of these two locations. Is the square foot of the residence in each of these locations the same? So yes.
Yes, that the calculation that Jerome did with how many trees would be removed, all based on just taking the structure and moving it up the ridge line, kind of northwest and higher up on that, yes.
Okay, that's important. Mr.
Delbridge?
Delbridge. There, if I could read my handwriting, it would be easier. You said that you used a LiDAR as opposed to the county's system. What impact did that have?
Right, good question. And they also used LiDAR, I believe. You said 2010 LiDAR. I believe the impact that had was in my calculations in the report, the modeling that I used to predict potential soil loss. Those calculations might be slightly different, and obviously the slope, the model that I created showed up differently than the data that staff used. I think that regardless of the data used, even using the staff data, the conclusions that I had was that the tree loss was so much more impactful, is so much more impactful, 4 times more, regardless of how we look at the slopes and kind of dice them.
Another question. Now I can read my writing. On page 30, this is something that was important to me. Could we go to page 30 of the report of the package?
Is this correct, Guy?
Not quite. Yeah, but the page numbering, I think that's going to be it. Yeah, slope. That last paragraph. That slope paragraph. The slope was determined based on 10 foot. Based on the model and observation of the site, the 12% slope at the original site is due to a ditch that runs parallel with the ridge and can be seen on the slope map. I couldn't figure that out. Is there a way we can address that?
If you could go forward a few slides, I was trying to explain. So the site has, it looks like it's where there was a camping activities taken place in the past. There's a gravel road that kind of goes through the middle, right on the ridge, and on both sides of that gravel road is a ditch. Looks like for drainage, and you start to see that in this model where there's the yellow on that original site that goes. And I was trying to point out that in my model there was the 12% drop off because the data show that the greater than 12 the northeast side of that road.
Yeah. Okay.
So this and this show a ditch that goes through there, and it's clear from my site visit, and it was in the photo comparing the two sites, that down at the original site there's the gravel road has a turnaround, and that's why it's so compacted, and it looks like that's where camping activity has been historically. That's why the tree quality is so low, and that's why there's so few trees down in that area. Historically, a natural area of activity. Up the ridge, the only disturbed activity that I saw as an arborist was right along that gravel road, and I think that's why quality of the forest is so high.
And I'm looking, I've got it on my screen and
May I make a note here?
Yes,
Okay.
please, Ms. Crecelius.
So my intention was not to, focus in on the slope map by Mr. Jerome. We have a certified site plan. So we have Mr. Scott Pardue with Smith Design Group on page 19 of the packet. He's a certified surveyor, and he has certified the slope and elevations on this plan. So we would defer to the Smith Design Group plan and their elevations shown. And that is illustrated in a red line on those site plans. So we would place a greater weight than a geographical represented from LiDAR data, from aerial data. We would refer to a surveyor.
I think that's very sensible perspective for me to keep in mind while I'm going through this. Let me ask, maybe you can help me with this if I can. Let me just be we've had various times in our history since I've been in the where earlier human modification created the problem we were trying to solve. And I always have a sort of a soft spot in my heart. If the problem was created by people, that's why it's greater than 12%, then, that's not quite the same as it's a natural 12% to me. Is looking at the Smith, the one that you're referring to, do you think, are you familiar with this ditch? Do you think the ditch impacts the slope?
The site's been logged, it's been camped on, it's been used recreationally. There are going to be minor deviations in slope and in the tree canopy. It absolutely looks like the farthest end of the ridgeline was the area where people formerly camped, which is probably why there are less trees there now. So there should be, that's not unusual. Overall, you can see that the ridge narrows as it gets closer to the lake, as what's expected for a ridgeline. It's simply unknown. It's unknown. It's too unpredictable for us to know what could have been caused. It may have been a little more flat in the past, but we simply have no data that would help us in that situation.
And now I want to look at the picture that's up, at the drawings that up, just to help me recall. The red line that goes on both edges of that, what's that line represent?
That red line is within the red line is 12% slope and under.
It's what is permitted. It's less than 12% slope.
So right now this is area 1 on that big call out. So we are zoomed in to one section, the narrowest, most southeast portion of the ridge.
And everything outside the red line is
greater than 12.
Greater than 12%. Now, was this drawing that we're looking at now, if you compare it to the modified, the modification, and you may not be able to answer this, I know you haven't had a chance to look at this, but does the modification that they've removed the patio affect that? It doesn't look to me like I see that patio as it looks like this adjustment has already been made in this, because the patio sticks out there toward the northeast, and it's a straight line. Okay.
I'm sure it does reduce some encroachment, but it certainly wouldn't reduce all of it.
No, it looks to me like the
western portion of the house would still be on slope greater than 12%.
Right. Let me just ask Mr. Carmen or whoever is best. Mr. Carmen, the map you gave us today, this one, compared to, put up that, the Smith drawing.
Are you waiting on me?
Yeah, I thought you all were sort of conferring about this, which is fine. I don't think you've had this in the package. So the drawing, the Smith's drawing that you had up, could we see that again? Could you display the Smith drawing? Okay, I'm looking at the footprint of this and the footprint on that. The Smith drawing seemed to be the same. The footprint on the Smith drawing doesn't, or is that, what is the gray? The gray seems to be the same. If
Would be, yes.
the gray is the same, so we don't. This new drawing is the same as the staff is looking at. Seems to me.
So the gray footprint has not changed. The
Okay.
reason we wanted to, and we uploaded all the drawings that you have in your hands before the last meeting, so the staff has had all these revised drawings to review. But basically what we've done is the staff in the report calculated and we took the deck and we got it out of what you see in this new drawing here. So we shrunk the patio, shrunk the deck, so we have no encroachment now for the deck along that.
Right, and that heavy dark line, is that the patio that's been removed? Patio
Yes.
and deck that's been removed?
Yes.
Okay, I now understand this, and I'm sorry to be the way I am, but it's what I am. Okay, I think that's my questions, and I appreciate your helping me get a better grip on this.
I think there's maybe still just a question that we have in looking at this, and this was submitted just the day of the last meeting. I don't know if we were aware that this was submitted within the packet. We thought this was just like a PowerPoint slide, so we apologize for that. But, so if you add up the 1242 and the 511, I guess we're just wondering, we came to a conclusion of 6,500 square feet. Wouldn't it just be 6,500 square feet minus 1242 minus 511? But you're saying that the total disturbance in the 12% is 1882 square feet.
1242, 511.
We had to add up, so Scott Pardue did do some additions on his plan, but we also had to add up the patio and the porches because that wasn't included in Smith Design. So we came up with our own calculation. That's what we're trying to figure out.
And we really never figured out how they got to that 6,700 number either. But what I do think was also included in your number was the disturbed area that took us to put our sanitary sewer line to the back side of the house, because that was included in what I'm going to call the yellow area outside the red line. And if you see that in this portion up there, see that sanitary sewer line coming?
Oh,
in?
yeah.
That was, I believe, we thought that was included as being disturbed to install that line. That's the only conclusion we came up with that type of number outside the 12, but within the 15.
That is included in the 6,500.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
But that's per the ordinance, any land disturbance, so not just the footprint.
And there are ways we could obviously relocate that to keep that in the 12%, but we thought that's where that extra area may have came in.
So what is the area of disturbance with these modifications according to staff? Let's just see.
So if you take 6,500 square feet minus patio area removed, 1,242 square feet, and minus covered deck area of 511 square feet, we subtracted that from 6,500, so we came up with 4,747 square feet.
Of disturbance of 12%.
Over 12%.
Over 12%,
Yeah.
yes.
And that includes the septic.
The septic is actually, well, the water line is all within the under 12%,
Okay.
but the septic line is showing it's within the 12%. It is over 12%. So yes, any grading associated with that, we counted.
4,747 is staff's calculation. And do you concur?
Sorry about the same thing. Disturbed areas it's not the same as areas outside the 12 degree slope line.
I think staff
That's
is-
just total disturbed area, yes.
Yeah, but the staff is saying it's 4,747.
A total disturbed area, but that's not all outside the 12 degree slope line.
You're saying it is outside of the 12%, all
Well,
of
if
the
you're
highlight
counting,
areas.
again, if you're counting the temporary disturbance from burying the sewer line, and which,
How much
if
of
that's
that-
become an issue, can be moved.
Much of this 4,747 is a temporary disturbance? Or how,
So if it helps the illustration on screen, the area that's yellow,
yes?
that's what was counted. So that's the area of disturbance that's greater than 12%.
Yes.
Smith Design was saying that the actual building footprint was that, if that's what, are you asking how much is the building within the 12%, Margaret?
Well, Mr. Carmen raised a point that there's a difference between the building and then temporary disturbance due to building on the property, whether it be a water line or a sewer line or a septic line whatsoever, what have you. So the question is, I guess it would be the percentage of the building then, not the extraneous things that support the building that are in the area that's over 12%. Yes.
You're exactly right. The building footprint is 1882 outside the 12.
Okay.
The temporary area to construct the sanitary line is the difference between their new calculation of, say, 44,000 something and the 1882. And if you look on this map, it's this entire area, all
Yes.
between the blue and the red, that sanitary line.
Okay.
Or that's the difference between 1882 and their disturbed area, including the temporary for the sanitary install.
Okay. And so that's the difference. Do you agree with that, Jack?
1882 is the building footprint, but I think you were only pointing out the west side on this screen. There's also disturbance on the northeast side that is going to be grading outside of between the 12 and the 15% slope.
And we have this hatched area still remains at 499. And if we wanted to, the sanitary line is, again,
I believe staff is saying north of
There's
the
a-
building,
yeah.
where all those lines are.
There's a retaining wall proposed to put this footprint here. In this location, it requires significant
line.
grading and a retaining wall.
That yellow line that is the top right of the diagram.
12% comes all the way down here.
We understand. But up above, way up at the top. Yeah. Whoops.
I'm going to share something that's just as part of the OpenGov submittal by the petitioner. So the retaining wall
You're counting.
is in this location here is what we're discussing. And then, yeah, as our council has pointed out, there's no distinction in the environmental constraints overlay chapter when it comes to permanent building versus temporary grading. The point is land disturbance. So we do have to calculate all of the area.
Well, we hear what you've proposed and we've discerned some kind of calculations. Let's hear from the public. And are there members of the public who are in favor of this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand in order to speak in favor of this petition. We see no one. Are there members of the public who are opposed to this petition? If so, please come to the podium or raise your virtual hand in order to be recognized. There's no one can you see anyone? Okay, so.
Does Jeff Morris have any questions?
Mr. Morris, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thanks, Ms. Clement.
Okay, thank you. So we come back to our Board of Zoning Appeals for further deliberation and/or a motion. Or, you know, there's no rebuttal because there was no opposition. Okay.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's a tough one. There are many competing characteristics here. The arborist report about the tree root system that, being interconnected, yes, stopping erosion, I can understand those points. I'm appreciative that they've taken off the patio and the deck to try to swing it around to fit the ridge more. The arborist talked about the quality of the 10 trees versus 41 trees. There is a big difference in the quality of trees, not just size, but what you want to keep and preserve and have. Those are all interesting comments. The fact that the house itself is, but with the retaining wall, yes, now we're well over 2,000. There's no question about that over the slope. There's just no question. So many competing interests here. What are you all thinking?
Well, I'm not making a motion. We're just talking
Right.
amongst
We're
ourselves
just
here.
thinking aloud.
Mr. Carmen said we could build a shack or reduce, but we don't have to change the footprint at all. The footprint is identical in either situation, as I understand. So we're not saying you can't build the house you want. It's can you build the house you want? Can you build the house where you want it? Because the house is the same. In fact, at the other location, I'm imagining you might be able to get some deck and patio because it's a bigger location. So it comes down to, do we go with the ordinance or do we go with the environmental impact statement? And until right now, I'm looking at that big retaining wall. But it's funny, that seems to be located so that it's along there.
I might say something just from a non-expert point of view as a homeowner. you know, I've had to build one too. You know, our soils, our clay soil sits on top of this rock. And it easily washes away in heavy rains and walls. I mean, that's my non-expert opinion. And whether they build it now going in or have to build it to remediate if they built it without the retaining wall now, chances are they'd have to go in and build it with build a retaining wall later just to protect the structure. But it seems to me like it would be better building it going in than doing it later for remediation. So, you know, they've just planned and put everything in their plan. And so I don't think that retaining wall should strike against them.
And Guy, when it comes to erosion, yes, the 12% slope is part of the erosion, but also what is holding the soil on the slope. That is a absolute factor in California right now is having those mudslides because there's nothing to hold that soil up from the rains. Nothing. Poor California.
Mr. Morris, do you have anything you'd like to add? I'd be interested in it.
Thank you, Mr. Lofgren. My high-level opinion of this is one of the most sensitive areas of our county, being in the adjacent to Lake Monroe, and so I get very concerned about disturbing anything in the 12% slope, as Ms. Davidson just mentioned too. You know, once the land has been disturbed, then you're constantly dealing with runoff issues around it, and you know, trying to get grass to grow or any kind of vegetation to grow in the shade to help stabilize the soil, I think would be a concern. So overall, I have concerns about disturbing anything in the greater than 12% slope area.
I can appreciate that. Removing 41 trees versus 10 trees would cause disturbance too. We have to think of that counterbalance as well, I would suggest. And I do have sympathy for having a, 26-acre tract, and where do you plot the only house, the only possible building site on a rather large tract of land, 26 acres. We've had that situation before where people have a lot of unusable land, and we have to think about that's a practical difficulty as well. I have to consider that. All right, is somebody going to make a motion?
I'm still, you know, they could build a house without a variance, right? Just I don't know if that's 100 feet or 500 feet or whatever, but they could build a house without any variance, but it would mean more, not only short-term, but long-term erosion, according to the arborist. And I certainly, you know, if they didn't have this arborist report, I wouldn't even be thinking about it.
Right.
You know, it's rarely do we have such a highly documented reason to just say yes. You know, usually my knee jerk is to just say no. So I'm dithering because I'm dithering, because but so I guess my knee jerk is it's a very difficult case for me. I don't have a knee jerk. My knee jerk is to say no, build it where it doesn't disturb the slope. That's my knee jerk. Anybody ready to make a motion?
I'm going to move that we approve the Hubley Eco Area 1 variance to Chapter 823 for the parcel in Clear Creek Township, Section 14 at 8391 South Fairfax Road. And the reason, I've alluded to some of those. Let's see, this is
It's the design.
the design, right. Yes, I don't Stability, yes. Both ways. Disturbance, part-time, disturbance after, whatever. I can see it both ways. It's not a cut and dry. It's not a one-time only disturbance issue. So I can understand that. It wouldn't make it more dangerous or all those things. I'm glad that the petitioners have altered their design to ameliorate the effect. That's very important to me, that you've been sensitive to staff's very real concerns, and it won't be a problem for public health or safety or welfare. I'm going to make that motion.
Is there a second?
Can't do it. I move, well, does that fail for lack of a second?
It failed for lack of a second.
I move
This.
Yeah, thank you. I move we deny variance 2426 Hubli Eco Area 1 variance at 8391 South Fairfax Road on the grounds that there, if you just move it, we don't need any variances. And I'm prone to respect the ordinance, even though I think there are very strong, but I don't find compelling reasons to go to a different site. So again.
I would second that, Mr. Loftman.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to deny VAR-24-26, the Hubli Eco Area 1 variance to Chapter 823. A vote yes is a vote to deny the variance. Jeff Morris?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
No.
Margaret Clemens?
No?
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Okay, the motion fails 2-2.
I'm back with Skip.
So it's automatically continued.
With Skip.
It's automatically continued until Skip comes.
We are all here.
Yes. Well, this is difficult, and I want to
is.
thank you
Yes,
for
thank
all
you.
of your
Thank you.
efforts on this, and for your disclosures, and for coming before us, and for doing the math with us, for changing the deck for us. We will hear it again. I'm sorry, but we welcome you back. There will be another gentleman here when we do. So we'll have 5 people. We don't know, if everyone will vote the same way. We don't know. But I want to thank you for coming, and thank you for taking part in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carmen.
Thank you, Mr. Carmen. Okay, so we move on now to new business, and that's VAR-24-49, and that's the Bishop Eco Area 2 variance to Chapter 823 concerning one parcel totaling 1.5 plus or minus acres in Clear Creek Township, Section 1 at 7195 South Shields Ridge Road. And Mr. Brown?
He's attending virtually. I did want to make an announcement, though. I think Mr. Morris is going to have to head out. I'm not sure if he
yes.
was going to do that before this variance or if he was going to wait.
Yes, Mr. Morris?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do need to leave, Jackie, and I apologize and look forward to seeing everybody in person next month for the full meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. And
We
it's
still
good to
have
you
3
on
members
board.
in person and a
Yes,
quorum.
yes.
Thank you.
So this new business is VAR-24-49, and who will be reviewing that with us?
Daniel is online.
Okay, Daniel.
Let me-
Thank you. So this is a variance from the Environmental Constraints Overlay Area 2 standards that are listed in Chapter 823 of the new ordinance. This is an after-the-fact variance related to the construction of a deck that is attached to the primary residence. So the petitioner completed the replacement of a deck attached to the rear of the building. Uh, there was a previous deck there that, as far as I could tell, was there since at least 2005. But the petitioner did not apply for a residential building permit prior to construction. The new replacement deck is larger than the original deck by about 100 square feet, and that's including the addition of a staircase, but not including a ground level concrete porch or patio below the deck. And during the review of this after the fact building permit R-24-690, it was found that the deck did not satisfy the requirements for construction in Area 2 of the Environmental Constraints Overlay. And because it is in the Environmental Constraints Overlay Area 2, it is subject to the following standards. 1, the maximum land slope on which any land disturbance involved in the construction of buildings, driveways, roads, parking lots, and utilities can occur shall be 15%. The percent slope shall be measured as a 7.5-foot fall in any 50-foot distance. The design should be suited to the lot to minimize, the amount of cut and fill. And staff found that based on the measurements done using GIS, the constructed deck is almost entirely in an area of around 18 to 20% slope, more or less. Number 2 is there shall be no disturbance of natural vegetation beyond the 15% slope line. Again, the constructed deck was built in an area almost entirely greater than 15% slope. Number 3 is that the maximum residential density that shall be allowed shall be 1 unit per 2.5 acres. And staff found that the petition site is 1.5 acres more or less. And number 4, each dwelling unit shall have at least 1 acre of contiguous buildable area land. Staff found that not only is the petition site's only 1.5 acres, but an estimated 1.09 acres of it is in area of 15% slope or greater. Here's the location and comprehensive plan map of the property itself, as well as the zoning map and the site conditions map. As you can see in the image on the right, the area is almost complete. A great majority of the area is in areas of 25% slope or greater, which is marked in red. And here is the site itself. The image on the left is the view of the front of the existing dwelling. And the second image on the right is kind of an image of the already completed deck that includes a view of the slope for the area. And here is a plan submitted of the deck itself that's already been built, and an image below, a 3D render of the deck, including the concrete patio. And so staff recommends denial of this variance as we feel that practical difficulties have not been demonstrated. And I will take any questions.
Do members of the Board of Zoning Appeals have questions for Mr. Brown?
If the deck had been, I think this is in the report, if the deck had been built smaller, it would have been, they could have had a complying deck, it just would have had to be about half the size. Is that about right?
So if it was just, so my understanding is that if it was the same footprint as the deck that had been there prior, it wouldn't have been additional land disturbance, and thus there would not have been a need for a variance. But because this includes additional land disturbance, it's a bigger deck, and there's a concrete pad underneath it, as well as the staircase, we are considering that to be expansion beyond what is permitted under what is allowed for pre-existing non-conforming structures.
So to add to that, if it was a legal pre-existing deck, let's say it was put on before we had an environmental constraints overlay requirement, and they were just doing normal maintenance and repair to that deck, such as replacing the floorboards or doing things like that, that would not have required an additional permit, but it was a complete tear out, and it was an add-on of a new deck, which was larger than the one that was there previously.
If they, Ms. Jelen, if they, or Mr. Brown, if they were to, would they still be allowed to have the original sized deck, or has that been waived now?
My understanding is that they could potentially go with the original size deck based on standards for pre-existing non-conforming structures.
If the deck predated the eco variant or the eco chapter, which would have been 1992, then we could have considered it as normal maintenance and repair and replace. But this came to us after the fact, and at that time they'd already torn down the old deck and then put up a larger deck.
If they'd come to you before they started this work, they probably could have worked out something that would have been consistent with our regulations. But because they didn't, they're out of compliance. And this is a hypothetical question that's difficult to answer, but if they'd tear it down, could they rebuild it on the original place? I know it would be rebuilding it when you're not allowed to rebuild it, but it would be sort of like maintaining it, because that's something or would that require a variance?
My sense is, and Mr. Schilling could correct me if I'm wrong, but once they tore it down and rebuilt it to a different footprint after the date of the eco chapter, I would consider the whole thing not legal pre-existing anymore.
Right, they waived grandfather.
There's no more legal pre-existing status on this property.
No prior non-conforming.
Was the concrete pad there before, or was it added, and how has that affected erosion? We're talking about the deck a lot, but there's a concrete pad on the ground. Do we know?
My understanding, looking at aerial photos available on Beacon, is that the concrete pad is a new addition that was added along with this new deck.
And do we know anything about how that's affected erosion or any concerns about that aspect? Should we care?
I do not have that information in front of me.
Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the petitioner, or the petitioner's representative. If Mr. Bishop or Ms. Scheidler is here, would you, or your representative, would you kindly come to the microphone?
They're online.
Okay. Oh. And would you kindly state your name?
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Stephen Bishop, just making sure that you all can hear me.
Thank you. And
first time, perfect.
Please raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And okay, you have 15 minutes to, plead your case with us.
All right. Well, thank you for hearing my case this evening. So my wife and I, we had bought this property, our first single family residence property, in September of 2022. Since then, we've done several home renovations to include new windows, flooring. It's our first property that we've owned. So just an up-and-coming family. On that list of things to do when we bought the property was to renovate or replace the backyard deck. And if it's possible, I'd like to just share my screen real quick. I've got some representative photos of what that looked like. If you have any difficulties with seeing my screen or seeing these photos, just please let me know. These were taken in the spring of 2023. I think I had taken these just to take a picture of my dog, no particular reason. But here you can see the existing or the original backyard deck that is attached to the house. This was a 128 square feet deck. It was 8 by 16 feet. And the reason why we had it replaced was you can see here that the deck was in pretty bad shape. There had been some Band-Aid repairs done over the years, but overall, this is a zoomed in picture. You can see here if this deck were to be repaired or replaced in the same design that this was shown in the picture, that wouldn't meet minimum code requirements. So there's that factor, but also, as I said, these joists below were sagging and coming apart from the outer rim joist shown here. And then we also had carpenter bee damage to those joists. And then here, being in the woods, if there's carpenter bees, the woodpeckers like to grab them and eat them. So this thing was just being torn to bits. And going back to a historical reference, and you can see clearly, I don't think it had ever been stained before. So not something that could be essentially, repaired, stained, fixed here and there. Our deck in the front yard's in much better shape, and I will be doing just replace a baluster here and there, just minor repairs to that one. But this one in particular, we just found that it was best to get it replaced, and so the addition of the square footage going from 128 feet to 228 feet. The reasoning behind that was, as you can tell, our 1.5 acre lot is, for the most part, unusable. My wife and I have a 2-year-old toddler, a daughter, and then we have a 2-month-old son. So we have 2 little babies. And so our number one priority with getting this replaced was not to expand it, but to ensure that it was safe for our kids, and to design it to where it could be suitable for our use and enjoyable. So I'll take another slide photo here. You can see this looks like February of 2024, so just last year. And I just want to show these pictures real quick. This is of the old deck. You can see here. This outer post, it's bowing. It's a 4x4 post, and there's only 3 that's 8 feet spans. Again, if you were to replace it in kind, you wouldn't be able to meet the minimum code requirements for deck building within our 2018 code here in the state of Indiana. So here's a good representation of our yard. What Daniel had shown earlier, that there are good portions of the yard that are 18 to 20% slope. Now, it's my understanding or my belief that red 18 to 20% slope, which is where the deck is, the affected area, I think a lot of that was from the cut and fill work that was done when the foundation of the house was put in 1970. These lots, I think, were created like in 1969. The house was built in 1970. And then I have if you can see here on my screen, this is a recorded survey of our property. And this actually does show the deck. And this was from December 29th, 1982. So that precedes 1992 when these statutes were put in place. So from my understanding, the deck had been there since the house was built. We've got a French door, sliding door in our kitchen. So it seemed as though, since the house was built, there was something there to allow you to step out, ingress, egress out of the house. Next picture, this is my daughter. This is our 2-year-old daughter. This was taken, this looks like March of 24. Just showing this because, again, like I said, a good majority of the yard, and if you look over here on the left-hand side of the screen, I don't know if this is on page 53 of the packet, you can see that this area that's not shaded in red, that is the good majority of our backyard that's fenced in, and that's where our daughter is. So you can see the slope is not that aggressive. Now, if you go beyond the fence line, I think that is where the natural slope begins. And then we have this rather large drainage that goes out to the lake. And it starts from the county road. And so from that, where that picture was taken in the packet, that kind of shows where that natural drainage is that goes from the road down to that holler, that ravine. But for the most part, our backyard, the slope is not that bad. So it's my belief that where those red areas, the 18 to 20% slope is shown adjacent to our house, and you can see it lines up perfectly with our house. I think that was artificially created when the house was built in 1970. We have a finished basement, so that soil had to have gone somewhere when it was built. Now then I move forward to the current situation we're in now. So in the fall of 24, I had hired and spoken to a contractor. I can disclose the name of that contractor if it's needed, but I don't think it's necessary. I have paperwork, documentation, the contract itself, if you would like to take a look at that. I think it was included in an original attachment. But I had originally hired this contractor because I was wanting this deck replacement, and I was somewhat suspicious that being a resident in Monroe County, that it would more likely need a permit. And with our location and our close vicinity to the lake, I was somewhat suspicious that this variance would be needed. Now I'm much more familiar with the permitting process now after the fact than I was at that time, but that is my number one reasoning and justification on why I hired this contractor, so that you pay somebody to do the work for you, you don't have to do it. And so unfortunately, being one of the first times with working with a contractor, I had worked with several contractors before in the past. Unfortunately, this gentleman talked a good game and assured me that he would be responsible and receive all the proper permits, and that's written pretty clear within the contract. He had later informed me that no permits were required and that there was some type of waiver occurring within the county due to building staff being overworked or overwhelmed by all of the recent apartment complexes that were being built. And so over time, there was little things I had noticed here and there, and I became more suspicious of the contractor and less trustworthy. And I eventually took it upon myself to find out whether that was true or not, and sure enough, it wasn't. And so I took it upon myself, my own free will. I wasn't, caught by anyone. I wanted to make sure that this was done correctly and done right. And my goal is to get, essentially a permit accepted so that we can have a final inspection, get a certificate of use and occupancy from the county. But essentially, my goal is to do this properly, how I wanted to do this originally. So I had applied for the permit. At that point, it would have been after fact because they were essentially putting the finishing touches on the deck. Fairly dissatisfied with the overall project. He had subcontracted it out, and I would have never hired that gentleman directly if it was up to me. And so looking back at this whole experience, I wish I would have done it differently, but I look at it more as a learning lesson. So I've learned quite a bit throughout this process. Here on my screen that I'm still sharing, and it's been brought up before, our original intention was to have a cement patio beneath the deck. There had not been one before in the past. It's just been crushed ag and just flat, ground surface. Our intentions now is just to try to get it approved as is. If anything, we may just put, a deck below, and that would be just, attached to the existing deck. So there wouldn't be any additional ground disturbance. But I think we are currently at this moment swing against a concrete patio, as it's just my intention just to get this approved as is. We've sunk quite a bit of money in it. The contractor's already been paid, so there's no chance of him coming back to do any type of additional work. So it's rather unfortunate, but we're here. And, as you can see, the deck is there. We've got the staircase on the left-hand side, and this deck went from 3 footings to now 4 footings, and they're 12 inches by 12 inch footings. So if you want to talk about disturbance to the soil, that's it. Of course, no vegetation had to be removed for this project. There's a 2-foot cantilever to the deck. So although the deck is 12 feet, I'm sorry, it's, 12 feet. It sits just 10 feet out the house. So that's a 10-foot distance from the foundation of the house to the 4-post and the footings for the deck. So when it comes to ground disturbance, that is it. You can see there's our kayak there. There's no patio whatsoever. If we need to just keep it as is, that's fine with us. But our intention is just to get this approved, and so that when it comes time to, we sell our house here in 5 or 6 years. This is not a forever home. When our children get bigger, we'll probably have to get something, to meet our needs. So I don't want this to come and bite us in the butt. But I wasn't entirely happy with the work that the contractor had done, mainly on the staircase. The deck itself is in good standing, but as I indicated, that he had lied to me about the need for a permit, and later admitted to me just a couple of weeks ago that he knew that this would need a variance, so that was the reason why he did not proceed with getting a permit with the county. So kind of describes my relationship with that gentleman. But I'm here. I think these are also good photos, or good aspects to see that, the ground right there itself, if you're looking at and you're just concerned about the 10 feet from where the house is and the footings, the slope is not that severe. And if you were to have this on the other side of the house where you can see where our driveway is, that at that point the slope is a little greater, but it's not that, in my opinion, that bad. Now I understand that's measured at 50 feet intervals, but like I said, it's my indication that those red areas that are adjacent to our house on the east side, I think those were probably created when they created the foundation of the house and they had to put the soil somewhere. As you see, the yard kind of slopes out and gradually gets, the slope decreases as you go further out until you hit our fence line, and then it goes from there into the ravine. And I at that point, I think that's probably natural. It's been untouched. We have fairly large maple trees down there, so I think that's just been natural always. So from my understanding, this is probably in place due to the fact that the house was built in 1970 and they had to put the soil somewhere. But essentially, that's it right there. So
Thank you,
there's
Thank
any
you.
questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. We'll turn now to the members of the Board of Zoning Appeals for any questions that you might have of Mr. Bishop.
Congratulations on your growing family.
Yes. Yes, so then there are no questions of you from the Board of Zoning Appeals, and we'll turn to the community. Are there members of the public who are either in favor of this petition or opposed to this petition? If so, please come to the podium, sign in, and you'd have 3 minutes, or raise your virtual hand to make your comments so you could be recognized. So there are none, so let's turn back to the Board of Zoning Appeals for further deliberation and/or a motion.
I have a question for staff. You've told us tonight that when it comes to the disturbance, there's no real difference between in the ordinance for permanent versus temporary, because you think of a house differently than 3 or 4 deck posts, don't you? A little bit, but the ordinance makes no distinction between those. Am I right?
So the distinction is just land disturbance, so contiguous land disturbance. If you were just doing 1 post here and 1 post here, we would only calculate those post disturbances, but he's pouring a concrete pad, so it's contiguous.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Well, You know, if a couple of things influenced me, I think Mr. Bishop was the victim of fraud. Tried to comply, tried to, you know, so that certainly makes me sympathetic that it was not an intentional or even a negligent professional, and you trust the professional to do what the professional says. So I sympathize with that. I appreciate the fact that if we were just looking at the posts, it would be a smaller thing. Does that mean if he doesn't pour the deck, that it would be closer to compliant?
If he doesn't pour the concrete pad.
I'm sorry, if he doesn't
yeah.
pour the pad. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Since this is after the fact, it's a little bit challenging to tell what has or has not been disturbed. It looks, based on Mr. Bishop's photos, to be stabilized. So if he does pour the concrete pad, that would be counted towards the disturbance. If he does not, then it was just like an outer boundary wood post that he put in. So
I get it, and I think that's a good rule in general, but in this case, it's not going to make any difference to the erosion, I don't think. And it's looking at the pictures, it sure does look like this very steep slope was created by the construction, not by nature, which also. So I'd like to hear other people before I make a motion.
I was sympathetic by how scary that deck looked before he renovated it. Looked pretty terrifying. When you look at that, you think, who would want to rebuild exactly that same deck on the same footprint? You would not do that. It's just oddish, don't you think?
Yeah, and I look
Oddish
at
and
it,
scary.
I see that down below, and I think it would be safer with the concrete pad, so I don't know, I don't want him to have to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, I feel like, you know.
I'm going to move to accept the Bishop Eco Area 2 variance to Chapter 823 for a parcel at 7195 South Shields Ridge Road. And it really is the unintended consequences, you know, just what Guy has said.
What about the concrete pad?
The concrete pad, if the concern is disturbance, to remove the concrete pad.
It's not there now.
It's not there?
No.
I thought it was in the picture.
They haven't poured it yet.
Ah, we should talk about the concrete pad.
Look right there.
Ah, yes, I see.
And it's within that 10 feet cantilever, so it's closer to the house.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a hazard to me. You know, it's just like a wooden box.
With small children.
With the small children.
An animal could get trapped in that,
Well, an animal,
possibly.
yeah.
I don't know.
So the variance requests permission to put to pour the pad, is that right?
it would be to continue on with the building permit, which includes adding in a concrete pad.
And is that the end of it? Is that all that the design, the poster and the concrete pad? We should ask Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, the concrete pad, what is your thoughts about the concrete pad in terms of its usefulness and safety features? What's your thinking?
I think certainly, so at this point, once I realized that there was no permit and that we were in violation, all work on this has ceased. We were going to be putting in a concrete pad. We have not done that. We were going to be putting the weed erosion barrier around it with crushed aggregate to prevent, any type of possible erosion in the future at our house. So we haven't done anything up to this point once that was discovered. I would prefer to have the concrete patio, but I also rather have this approved. So if that were to be something that would just deny this entirely, then I would move forward without it. But it's in our preference that the patio be there, and yes, it would be certainly safer if it were to be completed as it was intended.
So the
There's the
building
option of
permit,
also just having a deck in place of the patio. If
thank you.
the-
And so the building permit requests the concrete pad. So the motion is to approve the package as it was requested, which includes the concrete pad.
I'm going to ask one more question because I made the motion. I obviously was factually incorrect. If you used pavers in that box instead of a concrete pad, then it wouldn't be an area of disturbance, wouldn't it? If you used a different, less permanent material.
It's not a pervious cover standard, it's just a land disturbance.
So he could use pavers and it wouldn't be, because they're on the top.
That isn't the concern.
That's not the concern.
Yeah.
It's just any vegetative change. But, I mean, the concrete pad's going to be under the deck, so I don't know how much water it would actually filter through, but.
I'm going to let my motion stand because
Okay.
it'll be the package as is with the concrete pad. I'm going to let it stand.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-24-49, which is the Bishop Eco Area 2 variance to Chapter 823. A vote yes is a vote to approve the variance, and that would include the work under R-24-690, which includes a concrete pad to be added to the site as shown in the application. A vote yes is a vote to approve. Margaret Clements?
Yes?
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved, 3-0.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. We're sorry for all that you've been through, but we appreciate your coming forth and getting things right so that you won't have problems in the future. So thank you for your disclosures.
And you might consider reporting that contractor to the Better Business Bureau or something if he's making false promises. You haven't revealed who it is. There's no disclosure here, but I'm just saying other people may have similar difficulties.
I thank you for your time tonight, and I appreciate hearing my story. And that was probably going to be my next step after we had our situation settled. So I appreciate your time and your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much, Mr. Bishop.
Good luck sleeping.
Yes. Okay. Well, we move on now to 4 variances for the Van Sant maximum lot coverage variance, the Van Sant buffered yard variance, the Van Sant buffered yard D value variance, and the Van Sant bioretention landscaping. And these are variances 24-50A through D concerning a property on Salt Creek Township at 3434 South Night Ridge Road. And before going forward, I have to disclose that right next door to this property is the East Monroe Water Corporation. And I serve on the East Monroe Water Corporation's Board of Directors as the secretary. I have no financial interest in it. None of my relatives have any financial interest in it. And I will leave it to the petitioner whether or not you would prefer to have me continue to sit tonight. If I leave, there will no longer be a quorum, and so you wouldn't be able to go forward. So it's up to the petitioner, Mrs. Van Sant, if you would like to go forward with me sitting on the board, and if it's without me, then there's no quorum. I'm sorry.
Mr. Morris had to log off.
Yes, that would mean it would be continued to next month. Is that right?
That's correct.
Please come to the microphone and sign in and, yeah, I did, yeah.
Disclosure there.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind signing in, and then I'll swear you in, and then this question has to be addressed, and if it's addressed and you decide to go forward, then the staff will proceed. Okay. She has to be sworn in just to say that. No, so we'll just see if you want to proceed, and then then if you do, we'll swear you in.
Okay, can I ask her a question?
Yes.
Is that okay? I know before, when I've been to the board,
Yes.
you excused yourself
Yes.
from that. Do you feel that's going to pose a problem or situation for you to make an unbiased decision?
I don't think that I'm biased, but it has to be your decision. The reason I recused myself before was because I was unsure if I had a conflict. But when I called the attorney today, Mr. Schilling, and I also spoke with the East Monroe Water Corporation's board attorney, and they said because I don't have a financial interest in the water corporation, that it's not technically a conflict, but the best standard would be to leave it to you and to be as disclose as well as possible, what the choices were.
Okay. And I guess I'm okay with it as long as you feel that you can give me a biased decision based on the facts that I'm presenting, because I know before you've excused. So I'm okay with it if you feel that you can do that and you don't
Okay.
have a predisposed decision before I come up here.
No, I
Okay.
don't. Thank
Okay.
you.
Then I
Thank
think
you
we
very
can-
much.
We can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, but I can sit down.
Yes, you can
You
sit
present-
down. The staff will present the case to us, and then we will hear 15 minutes from you as to, your petitions. And then we will hear from the public, and either both in favor and opposed. And if there is opposition, you'd have an opportunity to rebut. Okay, so we proceed. And Mr. Smith, if you would kindly present the case to us, I'd be most grateful.
Absolutely. So again, the stated request, there are 4 variances. So one for maximum lot coverage from Chapter 804, one for buffer yard width from Chapter 830, buffer yard D value from Chapter 830, and bioretention landscaping from Chapter 830. So the purpose for these variances are to construct a new convenient storage facility at the property. So just as a disclaimer, the site plan for this property was filed before the county officially adopted the county development ordinance. So therefore, this is being reviewed under the purview of the prior 1997 ordinance. And then, of course, this property is currently undergoing site plan review. And that site plan reference number is SIT-24-22. And that is where the issues regarding the lot coverage, the buffer yard, and the bioretention were discovered. So just to recap, this is in Salt Creek Township. It is out towards the lake, although not quite to the lake, and this is on Night Ridge Road. Right behind the property is State Road 446. On the right-hand side of the screen is just a site conditions map. This aerial image is now outdated since this is not how the property looks currently, but it just kind of gives you an illustration of where the project is taking place. So just really quickly, brief background. The Board of Zoning Appeals has seen 2 prior variance requests before last year, one at the March 6, 2024 meeting, which the Board of Zoning Appeals did approve 3-0 to grant the use of a convenient storage facility at this site with the condition that the exterior lighting be used at the site facing downward. And then also at the May 1st, 2024 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, the board did vote to approve 4-0 a minimum lot size variance, a minimum lot width variance, a buildable area 15% slope variance, as well as an environmental constraints overlay area 3 variance. And I just included a snippet of those results letters on the screen for your review. So apologize in advance. These are kind of wordy, but necessary. So for the first variance for maximum lot coverage, Chapter 804 calls for a maximum lot coverage of 15,000 square feet for the of impervious surface for the CR zone. So that's conservation residential. That's one of the prior zoning designations under the old ordinance. And the petitioner has stated that there will be approximately 19,900 square feet of total impervious coverage per their letter to the BZA. So Chapter 801 defines lot coverage as the percentage of the lot area that is covered by the building or structure exclusive of open courts, terraces, or decks. So in addition, a structure includes any coverage that is impervious, and that is per the definition in Chapter 801. It doesn't just include buildings, it also includes things like roads, culverts, fences, that sort of thing. So that is why they are here before you. I did want to point out that the petitioner does have a site plan that is certified by an engineer, and it does show that, at least when we're looking at building coverage, that would equate to approximately 6,700 square feet. And that is just dedicated to the storage buildings. But together with the buildings and all other impervious cover, the petitioner is exceeding the 19,000 square foot of lot coverage. And I can go back to any of these slides to clarify anything if the board would like. Yeah. The second variance for the buffer yard width from Chapter 830. So just again, another brief overview. Chapter 830 requires a buffer yard.
I'm going to just stand up and move around here. We've been sitting for 2 hours. I can pay closer attention if I'm standing up and moving a little bit. So
Okay.
Totally fine.
But
Thank you.
Anyways, Chapter 830 requires a buffer yard width of 15 feet. And this will be along the eastern property line of the property. And then along the western side of the property, they are proposing it to be 10 feet long. Chapter 830 requires it to be 15 feet along the eastern property line, 10 feet along the western property line. The petitioner is requesting that the areas shown on the petitioner's site plan where the buffer yard is not meeting these requirements, so 15 feet on the east, 10 feet on the west, they are showing that, according to their site plan, they are not meeting those requirements. However, the petitioner is meeting the required D value, so the D value would be the number of plantings, so that part is not changing. They are not proposing to change that. It is just the width of the area where their landscaping has to go. So the importance of buffer yard width is just to allow vegetation growth and survival over time. So there are concerns that if there is a reduced width, that potentially the plants may not survive. So that's why there's this requirement in the ordinance. But of course, under the ordinance, all landscaping has to be maintained in perpetuity, so forever. So if this variance is approved, the petitioner would be responsible for keeping all vegetation alive in the narrower section of the buffer yard, as well as the rest of the lot. The third variance is a buffer yard D value. So an additional buffer yard variance for you to consider, and that is for the required D value along the southern property line, which is grayed out on the petitioner's site plan, and I do have an exhibit of the site plan following these slides, so you have a better reference. The petitioner is requesting there be no buffer yard at all along the southern portion of the property. The petitioner did submit an earlier version of their site plan showing compliance with the south side required buffer yard. However, upon notification that other variances would be necessary, the petitioner did opt to apply for that variance as well from the south side buffer yard requirement. And then for reference, that side adjoins Indiana Department of Transportation owned forest property. So that property is vacant and it is owned by the state of Indiana. If this variance were denied, it would not require necessarily a change to the other structures as currently designed. They would otherwise be required to provide a D value of 640, so they would have to work with their engineer to ensure that that does follow through, but they do otherwise have a site plan where it does show that they do meet that requirement. And just for reference, a D value of 640 is like equivalent to about 18 trees. And then the last variance request is the bioretention landscaping to Chapter 830. So the site, as do most other sites, require bioretention areas, and those areas do require landscaping. And the petitioner is requesting a variance to have no landscaping at all in this area. They would otherwise be required. The stormwater program has provided comments in regards to this, and I did include an email conversation between myself and the stormwater program manager, Erica Penna. Essentially, in summary, she did voice support for that, and she did include an exhibit on the right-hand side. So what she highlighted in blue is like the area of the bioretention basin that is going to go into the location here, and then the yellow highlighted section of the landscaping here, she noted that she would be in support of no landscaping there at all because there are drainage pipes that do have to be installed through there, and they would prefer that those are not disturbed from stormwater's perspective.
So that is Erica Pena, who says that she would prefer that the vegetation not be there. Thank you, thank you.
And then this is the petitioner's site plan that was submitted along with her variance request. So just real quickly, on the right-hand side of the property, on the east side of the property, we've got on the south side 15 feet, and that is the required buffer yard width. And then it does slowly reduce in size to approximately 10 feet, give or take. And that is what is shown here. And that is for one of the requests, one of the variance requests. And then jumping over to the left-hand side, the west side here, again, we do have 15 feet on the northwestern side. That would meet the buffer yard requirement. However, it does reduce in size to 7 feet. And then she did gray out the southern portion of the property here, and that's just to illustrate having no buffer yard landscaping at all along that entire southern portion of the property. And then just to also help illustrate what's going on here, so hopefully you can see my cursor, but on the north side of the property we have the entryway, and it looks like we have 4 buildings, and the petitioner can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's 4. And then the rest of the site is actually going to be asphalt, so it will be paved. This was not the original design that the Board of Zoning Appeals reviewed, and I believe that is primarily because Monroe Fire District, due to their regulations, they asked that a cul-de-sac be added to the site for large enough for a fire truck to be able to turn around. So that's a little justification as to why the site had to be altered, and why there are some changes and some issues arose in the process. These are my staff site photos. They were taken when we had the big snowstorm, so apologies, but that is what the site looked like. The petitioner was kind enough to provide me with updated photos showing no snow, and that's what these are. And these are not in the packet, so I'll just leave them up here for a brief moment. But this hopefully helps illustrate what the site looks like now. So no structures. The structures that were there previously have been demolished. They were issued demolition permits. So the site is otherwise just pending approval from all applicable departments. This is a petitioner's letter. I'm happy to come back to review it for reference, but it is also included in the packet. The planning department did receive a letter of remonstrance from, I believe, the president of the East Monroe Water Corporation. Just as a disclaimer, there has been a lot of information that was presented right up until the meeting itself, so I don't have all of the information included in the presentation slides, but I do believe the petitioner, the petitioner's engineers, as well as representatives from the East Monroe Water Corporation are here to answer any questions of their concerns that they might have. But essentially, East Monroe Water Corporation did have some concerns regarding the underground water pipe that does exist on site. I was told before I got up here that maybe there was some confusion about exactly where that pipe was. But again, since I don't have that information in front of me, I'll defer to the representatives and the petitioner and the petitioner's engineers. But did want to at least point out that staff did receive a letter of remonstrance. I believe the blue line here indicates where the East Monroe Water Corporation believes the water pipe to exist. So there were concerns that potentially it was running underneath the bioretention basin, and that does show on the engineer site plan. However, if this is the true location of the water pipe, then this would actually be outside of the bioretention basin. And just for reference, the basin would be roughly where this former structure stood for quite some time. So. And then the yellow highlighted image here indicates on the engineer site plan where they believed the water pipe to be. So right here in the middle is where the petitioners, engineers, and stormwater have been working to design a bioretention basin sufficient for this site. The engineers and stormwater have discussed it, and they don't believe that even if the pipe is underneath the basin that it would cause an issue. My conversation with the stormwater program manager is that it's not ideal to put a basin over a water line, but it's also not unheard of, and they do happen. This does lead me into staff's recommendation for VAR-24-50A, B, C, and D. Staff is recommending denial on the basis that the site plan can be redesigned to meet the standards of the ordinance. So does anybody have any questions?
My question is, at the very beginning of your presentation, you said this is under the old law, the COD is now taken effect. What would be the effect of this under the new law?
That would be a really great question. I would imagine that it would be more restrictive.
I think we would have to do a full evaluation to determine that. But they wanted to they filed under the old code, and so if they had a complete application, we're able to still review that under the old code.
But, you know, we once had a situation where the variance would not be required under the new code, and that is something we should always be mindful of.
I would say that the lot coverage would still be an issue. I'm not as sure about the buffer yard, but then I could also say something else might show up that's not on this list.
Law of unintended consequences. Yeah.
Mr. Loftman, do you have questions? No. Okay, so Ms. Van Sant, if you would kindly go to the podium, and did you sign in already?
I did sign in, yes.
Okay, so would you kindly raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Well, you'll have 15 minutes to discuss these variances with us, and then we'll go to the public.
Well, this for a little bit of time. You guys, we've about a year, I feel like, at this point. So Sean did a good job of covering, I think, all of the stuff. So I'm just going to hit on each one of these variances for you. But basically, as he pointed out, the lot, maybe if we show the pictures that I sent you today. So as you can tell, and as Margaret probably knows, that lot is basically almost all gravel pavement now anyway. There is a small sliver of grass that kind of goes down here, and that is the eastern side of the property. It starts out up here at the top at 5 feet and gets wider as it goes down, and I was able to measure about 12 feet at the back. So the fact that it's all pavement right now, and we're bringing in more space, and we're going to have more green space, we're going to bring in more that's not currently there because it is all pavement. The portion that is on there for the fire department, he was 100% right. That's something where they would like to be able to turn their truck around as opposed to backing out of a situation. Now, nobody plans on needing a fire truck at their location, but in this instance that you do, on that particular one, that circle there in the back that we did add on was at their request for that. And so that's what we've put that on there. That actually is about 4,000 square feet. So if you take that off of the 19,900 that we are requesting, that gets you pretty close to that 15,000 square feet. So if that wasn't something that they requested for public safety, we didn't have that in the original plan until we started kind of developing all of that. So that's kind of why. So it is a lot of square footage, and he is correct. There are 4 buildings on that space, and the majority of that is driveway, which again is kind of already there anyway with everything that's already existing. So we'll be bringing in, with the landscaping and so forth, more of that. This first buffer yard one with the width, this is a great picture here for this. So I think it explains it pretty well. As he mentioned on the right-hand side, they want this. If I step away, can you still?
We do want to record you for the record, but thank you.
So if you're here on this east side, it wants it to be 15 feet. So there is a portion of it there in the back that would be 15 feet, but we're requesting that front part be only 10 feet. But remember, at the very top of this, it's currently only 5 feet of a little bit of grass. So even with giving it 10 feet, we're giving it more greenage and more buffer, and we're still meeting that D value all the way down there. On the other side, the west side, which would be by the East Monroe Water Company, there is literally no greenery. It goes pavement to pavement there. So we would be putting in that green space. At the front, it only requires it to be 10, but we have the ability to put in some more, which I think will be nice there to give a buffer on both sides. But then as we get down to the back, where we put that one in for the fire department, that's where it kind of gets a little narrower, so we can get that turnaround in there, and that's where it would need to be 10 feet, but we're requesting that it just be 7 feet there. We're working with Thrasher Landscaping, and they also did send kind of an email that just said they knew that that would be down to maybe 7 feet, and they didn't have any concern with the plantings that they plan on putting in there surviving. It would be just the same survival rate if it was in 10 feet there as well. Then with that said though, the landscaping, this is not a small feat. I mean, our proposal for the landscaping here is $34,000. So this is not just throwing in some bushes, this is landscaping, right? This is not just planting a tree or two, it's landscaping for sure. The next one, the buffer yard D value, where we were requesting to not have that in the back, I think he kind of briefly touched on that, where it backs up, nothing's behind that area. And again, with the stormwater, they really don't want anything behind that retention basin. So that's kind of why we're requesting that in that space for that back area. And that kind of also covers the bioretention. That was kind of just one thing that Sean and I talked about why we were doing the variances, was did we want to add something for that, just in case to not that we don't enjoy coming to see you guys, but not to come a fourth time. And just to kind of point out, the first time we were here was for the use variance. The second time where we did do 4 variances, all of those were all pretty standard. If anybody were to develop anything on this lot, they would have to have had those just because it had not been developed for so long. And those were like lot width and things of that nature. So those were kind of, if anybody did anything. And these 4 are more specific to our actual site plan now that we've gotten further into it and been able to do the actual developing and making sure that we get everything in there and putting stormwater in there and putting the things in there that are needed. So that's what we're requesting.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have questions for you.
I'm glad you pointed out that the fire truck turnaround may be the difference over and above the 15,000. Thank you for pointing that out. That's a pretty big safety feature.
And the fire truck turnaround is going to be on land that's already totally disturbed. Is
Yes.
that,
Mhm, that's
everything
correct.
we're talking about is disturbed land.
Yes, everything that we're building on has already been disturbed. That's correct.
I'm sorry, are you done?
Go right ahead.
I'm trying to figure out this water main. Could we see that object Water Corporation?
Do you want the map or do you want the email?
Let's start with the email.
Okay.
Opposed to these, okay, yeah, let's look at the map. Now, can you help me? Can you tell me where the different where is the East Monroe?
Yeah, so East Monroe Water Corporation, it looks, from this image, it looks like a white roof reflecting. So that's where the East Monroe Water Corporation is. And then the site, like I said in the presentation, these aerial photos are now outdated. So there are no more buildings on 3434 South Night Ridge Road. But this is the petitioner's site. So the water line they're showing comes down and kind of hugs the property boundary, and then it overlaps, and then it shoots back up.
Who's drawn that in?
That would be representatives for the East Monroe Water Corporation.
Okay, and the retention pond is where?
Roughly in the area that used to be some type of structure here with the dark roof.
Right.
Roughly in that area is where the basin would go.
And the water line is under, if I'm right, is under where's this turnaround with respect to that?
The turnaround will be closer to the corner of the lot, so roughly give or take this general area, if you can see my cursor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the water line, right now, if they needed to go in and dig it up, they'd had to dig up a bunch of ruined concrete to get to it. If this was done, they'd had to dig up some nice new concrete to get to it. But it's already, they've already got their line under heavily disturbed, heavily used, and difficult to disturb, to repair property. None of the water line is under any of the proposed building construction. It wouldn't be, the water line wouldn't, am I correct that the water line would not be under any portions of any of the buildings?
I think
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's obviously conflicting information between what's shown on the engineer site plan and then East Monroe Water Corporation's plan. We would want to see on the engineer site plan the true location. If that is truly the location of the water pipe, then they would have to show that on the site plan.
My engineer's on if you have a question for him as well. He should be on the line.
Well, yeah, if that's appropriate, I'd like to hear.
Could I, before we do that, I just have one question because it's unclear to me, and staff might know this. This yellow line or the blue line, on either side of that water line, what is the easement? Is it 12 feet or is it 15 feet? Is it 30 feet overall? What is the easement around the water line?
We're not sure.
Neither were we.
Okay.
And that again, engineer, there is no easement as far as my understanding on the.
There's no recorded easement on your deed, is your
Correct.
understanding?
That is correct. Again, Mr. Potter might be able to weigh in on that heavier than.
And so Mr. Potter is on the line, right? Can he be unmuted?
Yes, and I also just want to disclose that whatever the decision by the BZA tonight, the issue of the water line and the easements that are there or not there, it's not for the BZA to waive. We'd still have that issue to resolve.
So, Mr. Potter, welcome to the Board of Zoning Appeals. If you'd unmute yourself, then I will swear you in.
He has been promoted. He has to unmute on his side.
So, yes, our technical staff had to recognize you first as someone who is authorized to speak. Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Potter, if you would kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And I believe that Mr. Loftman had a question for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you have where do you think the water line runs?
It is, the yellow line on the drawing is accurate. This is we ordered a utility location, and East Monroe representatives came out and sprayed the blue paint on the ground, and then we located those paint marks and connected the dots, and it falls at the location that's shown on the drawing that's on the screen right now.
Okay, so that's very helpful. This is, to the best of your knowledge and the best of their knowledge, the updated and accurate map of where their lines are, their line is with respect to this property. And the line does not fall under any buildings. It just falls under either retention basin or the pavement or the landscaping. Is that correct?
That's correct. It'll be under the proposed turnaround and under the detention basin and under the sloped areas on both sides of the proposed detention basin.
Very good. That's what I needed.
Okay. Okay, so do you have other questions for Ms. Van Sant?
So it sounds like the majority of these variances really have to do with landscaping, vegetation, buffer zone, and so on and so forth, because the size lot is pretty darn quick with this public service. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes,
Okay.
we're here tonight for those.
And currently, when you bought it, the picture we saw with the buildings on it, and now they're torn down, you've got your demolition permit, and you said basically it's all asphalt and gravel right now with no vegetation.
Correct. Even though it had buildings on it before, it has stayed the same for many, many years, where it has been all asphalt, again, right up to the neighboring.
Have you had any erosion or water problems because of that? The asphalt trapping water, has it been a problem?
Not that I'm
or
aware
not?
of, and I know that they worked with stormwater to make sure everything would work properly as well.
Good, thank you.
So we'll move now to the public, and I see two of my colleagues from the East Monroe Water Corporation here, and they will come and speak each for, they're authorized to speak for 3 minutes each, and if they are in opposition to your proposal, then you'll have an opportunity to rebut. Okay, so thank you. Damon or Bob, are you going to come up and speak? So if you would kindly sign in Are you speaking each? Yeah, you'll speak each, yeah. So if you would sign in and then I'll swear you in. We'll do him next, since. Yeah, Bob, he's our superintendent of water, and Damon is our. So Damon, would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So 3 minutes, okay?
Yep. We just really want to be.
I'm sorry, your name?
My name's Damon Cappy. I'm president of East Monroe Water Corporation.
I'm sorry, would you spell that name, last name?
DAMONCAPPY. Just kind of wanted to be on the record because we were concerned about the 8-inch water line that runs through the backside of the property there. There was some confusion on our part about where the line was running in reference to that turnaround. I think I was a little confused thinking it was possibly the retaining pond, which the retaining pond is to the right of that. So what we're most concerned about is having at least a 15-foot easement on each side of that line. That line, that 8-inch main, is buried 20 feet in 20 to 22 feet in an old valley that's been filled in. So we want to see nothing in the way. We would like to not have to work around pond, because when we're going down 22 feet, it would be a bad deal in that. The site plan now, Nicole pointed it out, the site plan shows the detention pond to the right. I think our lines, the email that I sent in that shows these are current GPS marks, so this is exactly where that line is. Our staff marked those right on the line when they had a bad break there, and that's happened in the last yellow mark on the site plan, and all open for us. We prefer not to have trees.
I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic, please? Sorry.
We do have current GPS locates, and those are pretty much right on. So if we could get those to like an overlay, that would be good, just so that we know we're not in the way. We also would prefer not to have concrete or asphalt on that turnaround if there is going to be, but it would be at the expense of the owner of the property to fix that if we had to get to that line. Bob, talk a little bit about
But before you go, well, do you want to ask questions of them both after Bob is done?
Did you just say that it would be the responsibility of the owner of the land to fix a water pipe on that turnabout area?
If we had to dig that up for a break underneath there, we want that easement to be open.
Mm-hmm.
So, fresh gravel, I don't know, but we would want to be able. Bob will explain the problems we've had with that area.
Bob? Oh.
I'd sort of like to keep going with this.
With Damon.
Yeah,
So
for
if
one
you'll
thing, your
wait
time's up.
just a minute, Bob, Mr. Loftman has a question for Mr. Cappy. And
right now, is the land above the easement already paved?
Not in the area where that where that line is, it's just unimproved ground that I know of at this point. There might be some stray asphalt in that area, but the
This picture and the one of the site plan, is the location of the line pretty much the same in these, or are they quite different?
well, it's different, and Bob can elaborate on that.
And are you saying that this one is more accurate than the one with the yellow line? Okay, and I think that there was testimony that your crew went out and marked where they thought the line was, and but that was wrong.
It's not, it's changed. It's been in the ground for 55 years, and we've had to work on it in the last 2 weeks. And we know there's an 8-inch line where those marks are. It's been GPS.
Where the marks here are.
Yes,
not
those
yeah.
marks.
Okay, so you've got new information you didn't have when somebody went out and looked at it with the engineer, which of course you do. 50 years makes a big difference on where things are underground.
Mr. Alt, if you don't mind, could I swear you in? Please raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, you were going to answer the question, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
The name?
Bob Alt, A-U-L-T.
Okay.
Look on this right here. They tore any of these buildings down. We spotted this line right here down to about right in there somewhere. We could tell it was going over that hill. Well, then this building here was concrete in the bottom. Stanley Hawkins built this building years ago. And we're not blaming no one, the Van Sants are customers of the water company. We certainly don't want to have trouble with them. But whenever they jackhammered this concrete out, we believe that that's what cracked that AC line. And we're not trying to blame nothing, it happens. That line is about 20 to 22 foot deep. To get down that deep in the ground, you have to be flared way back out. It's probably 30 feet opening at the top to get down that deep. 2 weeks ago, when it was 4 below zero, I heard them talking about that retention thing coming over there close to it, which once we get that GPS inlaid on that survey, you'll be able to see more. But I'm telling you, at 22 feet in the ground, see, that was all a holler. That was just come down to a valley right there. There's about 20 feet of fill in there, put in by somebody way before them. Spare tires, concrete, whatever else kind of junk they could think to throw in the hole. I know because I just dug it up.
Sorry.
Or below. But our main concern, I don't think their building's in the way. I don't think their storage buildings are in the way. I think they probably set back far enough we could fix that line. Trees beside the water line are bad. I don't know what kind of landscape. Are you just talking bushes, or are you talking trees?
It would be
trees have
both.
a lot of roots.
Yeah, it would be trees and shrubs.
Trees beside the water line are bad. The roots grow down, they bust the line. That's an asbestos cement line, which doesn't take much to break it. As you can tell by we spent digging. Blacktop or concrete, they can put that stuff on there if they want, but when they have a water leak, they shouldn't be expecting me to blacktop it or concrete it back, whatever it is. And it's gonna be, if that circle's 40 feet wide, as you come down that way, you'll have to dig the whole thing up, because to get down there 22 feet in the ground, you've got to be wide at the top. We have dug this whole area from there all the way down past that. It just pretty much drops off down here where they didn't do it, but the people before, it's just a big old further you go, we went all the way to the bottom almost of the. I ain't trying to stop, I'm not trying to stop anybody's plans. I just don't want a lot of stuff on top of the water line because it is hard enough to fix without having anything else on top of it. Guess that's about all I got to say.
That's really good. Now, do members of the Board of Zoning Appeals have questions for Mr. Alt or Mr. Cappy?
I hear everything you're saying, and water mains and breaks, we're losing a lot of water in our country through water leaks. We just should know that.
It was losing 300,000 gallons a day. Is what it was
Big
losing.
line with a lot of pressure.
It's a lot. Technically, there aren't easements around water lines, but what's the common practice? Can the attorney tell us how we should be thinking about the protection of this very important resource?
Yeah, I don't know what the situation with that would be if there is no recorded easement. I assume that they would have the right to get down there somehow, but I don't know that that's something that you need to worry about.
I don't know that there's not a recorded easement. I have an easement from Stanley Hawkins on that property. We need to look into that a little bit more, but I do believe there is an easement on that property.
Might be, yeah.
Also, this used to be 446. So there's been changes to how we look at the land and who owned it, how it was parceled over the decades. So there are records at the Water Corporation, but on this short-term turnaround, they weren't able to really make everything coalesce with what the county has recorded, because these records predate a lot of the recording done in the official books.
Just as a matter of interest, I'm sure the petitioner, because they're customers of the water company, that you've had conversations and there's a lot of interest in protecting that water source. I guess we'll have to ask her if it's viable to, in some way, protect access to those lines. It really isn't up to you, but I wonder if you've had conversations about that.
Conversations with whom?
With the petitioner.
With Mrs. Van Sant.
Mrs. Van Sant about.
I've not talked to Miss Van Sant about it. Her husband and I have talked a little bit about it, but you know,
it's not really your response. I just wondered if that had happened.
We did not know. We knew down close to the front of that building where the line was. We would not have known it was down there had it not got busted and leaked. So then we had to dig it up. We have a survey grade GPS system. That line will be GPSed on the money now, so. I don't think their buildings are in the way. It's their turnaround and that stuff down there where the problem is, I do believe. Which they don't necessarily want, but evidently the county does want.
I'd like to ask Mr. Potter a question. He's still online. Given this new information with this newly located water line by the East Monroe Water Corporation, is it something that you can factor into your plan? Are there remediations you can make so that the 8-inch water line isn't under the retention pond or the fire truck turnaround, and, you know, can some of the trees get off the water line?
It would be difficult to, we would have to, we'd have to redesign a lot of the site to avoid any improvements over the water line, particularly the turnaround. And then we'd have to get approval from planning, you know, to not have any landscaping within this easement area that they're requesting. it is possible, but there would be quite a bit of redesign required.
It's possible, you said, it's possible that there could be a redesign that could satisfy, the valid concerns of the water corporation in the interests of the property owner so that she doesn't lose her investment should a water line break, because as we're told, it's asbestos and those break a little bit more frequently than other pipes.
It would be a major redesign to not have any pavement over the water line.
And with the easement, like as Bob Alt described, how in order to get down 20 feet, they have to kind of cone it down so that they can access the line without risk of injury to themselves. And that's what they have to do to access it. If I'm correct, am I correct? Thank you, Mr. Alt.
Well, I think the buildings, as we have them located, I think are far enough away for them to have at least 15 feet on both sides of the water line without being in conflict with the building. But like I said, the line does go pretty much under the middle of that proposed turnaround cul-de-sac.
If I heard them correctly, what they were really saying was the quality of the surface cover, that it was blacktop or concrete, much more expensive, much greater to disturb. But if it's gravel, not so much. And I would think that's less cost too, particularly for something that's not going to, how many times will the fire truck come and turn around on that property? Yeah, it may be one of those, you have petunias in the middle. I mean, who knows? So weren't you saying it's what is on the top and how difficult it is to break through, and the trees, and landscaping can be affected by putting not trees in certain areas and trees in other areas. So there seems to be some accommodation. Do we need to be concerned about the easement he referred to that may be at play in this? Or again, maybe it's not our concern. Maybe not.
Yeah, I don't know that it's your concern. If it becomes a problem, then it'll just have to be dealt with. But as far as the information you have right now, it seems like even if there is an easement that's 30 feet wide, that could be accommodated.
So then, from what I understand, is if this is I'm not saying that this is how it will go because we have not heard from the rest of the public yet today, but if the Board of Zoning Appeals authorizes these variances, that it's back with the county to figure out whether or not the site plan can actually be reconciled with the known easements and with the retention pond perhaps over the water line, which they have said is not the ideal, even though people are talking primarily about the fire truck turnaround, and other aspects of the design, the site plan, like the location of the trees and everything, right? So if these variances are granted, there's still a lot of work to do.
If it comes to fruition that there is an easement and there is a need to redesign something and then they don't meet a different standard in the ordinance, it is creating a need to redesign and possibly come back for additional variances, which we don't want. But other than that, we could try and, this approval of these variances is not like, we're still going to follow up on the water line.
All right.
But I'm
perfect.
not sure if it's,
We're obsessing about them, and you're telling us we need not. Thank you very much. And thank you, gentlemen, for telling us that the structures the Van Sants are talking about don't seem to be a problem with the water line placement. That's a good thing to know. I think Guy has a question.
Yeah, let me make sure I got, if the fire truck turnaround is gravel instead of concrete or asphalt, does that help?
Makes it easier to dig up, that's for sure.
And it makes it a lot more like it is right now.
Yeah.
It does.
We would prefer not to be under retention.
That seems to be a bigger deal.
Right. How deep how deep is the pond? It slows the rate at which the water leaves the property, but when it's dry in the summer, it's dry in that basin. Okay.
Can you put your thing back up there? It shows where the retention pond is, your slide. Make sure I'm in.
That's it. You see the yellow line? It goes right through that. Yeah.
That's the earlier line that we don't have confidence in now.
So this is the area where the water retention is above that yellow line. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But the retention pond, as Nicole mentioned off mic, is that's supposed to just drain all, like whenever there's water, its sole purpose is to just filter the water, clean it, and then drain it. But I think I had mentioned to Damon in an email, that area, it does appear, it looks as if it's going to be excavated down, but it's actually not that different of an elevation than what's there currently. So I did want to point that out. It's not going to be a huge amount of disturbance
And
excavating down.
just for clarification, it's a detention basin, so it's not a pond, so it's not going to be that deep.
How deep is it going to be?
Thank you.
How deep is the retention basin?
Yeah, so the contours that the engineer has on the site plan. Yeah, sorry, it's kind of hard to tell on here.
Mr. Potter, no.
I was going to say I would defer to the engineer because he's got those.
So, Mr. Potter?
I have one more question.
Yeah.
How can you have a retention pond going across your parking lot and stuff like that? I don't quite understand that.
That's their estimation of where the water line is. That yellow line.
They're saying that's the retention area.
No, they're saying that's where Mr. Potter, according to documents, found suggested was where the water line was.
They got the water line on there as yellow?
Yes.
That's what we thought your water line was. Not we, but what Mr. Potter thought your water line was.
Your water line is blue, and it doesn't.
Is this right here? Is this the retention area right here?
Yes.
That area right there?
Yes.
Roadway in this area. The roadway will go up that way, but this will.
Where's the drop off? Is it up there right below the yellow line? Right below the yellow line? Is that the drop off? Or is that where the blue water line would go? Where's the blue water line on this drawing?
Well, it's not on this drawing.
Tech Services, would you
It's
mind?
not my drawing. This is their drawing.
I know.
So, and this one is before or after the recent break and the updated GPS? Is this current?
Updated.
That's
correct.
updated.
This is the most recent.
All right.
As of this afternoon.
Property doesn't match the actual
No, I know.
corner of where your turnaround is, so I was confused by that. I think near the bottom of the building. Is that correct?
If
we look
Tech
at this-
Services could promote William Riggert, he's the engineer, I think that could speak to some of the questions.
Riggert, when you are able to unmute yourself, I will swear you in.
Bill, you should be able to unmute at this point.
Is he unmuted?
Well, there. Can you hear me?
Yes, and
Yes.
would you kindly raise your right hand, Mr. Riggert, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
So you've
Unfortunately,
been,
I don't have a camera, so
oh, that's okay.
yeah.
doesn't have a
So
camera.
looking at the East Monroe Water Corporation's water line, Kevin will have to shoot it in. If we get those GPS points, we could bring it into our plan to show where it is with respect to the other improvements we're proposing. No, going back to the detention basin, that basin is probably 4 feet deep with respect to the berm. So there are spot grades on top of the berm, along just south of that yellow line. There are dots with elevations on them, and I can't see them from here. But you drop down 1, 2, 3 feet. So it's like 3.5 feet deep to the bottom of the basin. And we stayed close to existing grade. So we would still have 20 feet of cover over the water main. So really this basin shouldn't impact the water main at all, but we can reconfirm it once we have the actual location nailed down.
How does that sound?
And then, I don't know if,
Yes, Mr. Riggert?
well, I was just trying to think, when you're trenching, sometimes they have trench boxes, but I'm not sure if the water corporation has trench boxes to allow them to go to greater depths without having to lay the trench back.
Well, first of all, if you'll give me a minute, I'm going to repeat what you said for Mr. Alt and Mr. Cappy. What they'd like is the exact GPS locations of the water line location that you got this afternoon, and then Mr. Potter will overlay that onto their site plan map. They can email that to you, Mr. Riggert. And then Mr. Riggert suggested, something you gentlemen deal with all the time, and that's the trench box. But, and of course, they factor that in, Mr. Riggert, but they're talking about their needs when a water line busts. And so anyway, that's a technicality that certainly the East Monroe Water Corporation takes under consideration. Yes, Mr. Alt?
You can use a trench box.
Yes.
But at 22 feet, you still have to slope it out the top unless you've got an awful big trench box.
That's right. That's right. So, okay, so we're going to hear from the rest of the public, and then Mrs. Van Sant will come back. Damon and Bob, thank you so much. I think it's so important to have this information. Now, is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition of this petition? Please come to the microphone. Welcome. Welcome. Please sign in, and then I'll swear you in. Sir, I forgot your name.
Brett Burkhart.
Mr. Burkhart, would you raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes to
All
talk
right.
with us.
My property borders two sides of this. It's like, I would like to see the 15 feet stay up through there, just because I don't want to look at it, but it'll keep it farther away from my house, you know? But, and on the backside back here, I'm not a surveyor or nothing, but if you look down from this stake to this stake over here where my property was surveyed, it already looks like they've come with their backfilling, like they took everything that was on the top and they brought it to the bottom and backfilled with it, which is fine, you know, but it looks like it's already encroached on me, but I'm not a surveyor, you know, I can't really tell. I was just looking with the naked eye, you know, just looking down there. There's a pin over there. Well, like my property comes down here and then it goes to here, and then I think my property turns a little bit up that way and then comes down, and there's a pie section that's state ground over there, like NDOT or something like that, but it's not very big. But I think the lower side probably needs some kind of landscaping on it, because it's pretty rough looking. Like it's like busted concrete and sticks and all kinds of stuff laying back there that they've pushed over to the edge, you know.
Bob said he got tires out of there and everything.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. But I just don't want to look at the thing, you know. Like, I'm fine. I don't care what anybody does with their place, you know. Like, but I mean, I don't know how deep that is, but like that's pretty rough ground back there. Like, I mean, it's like a, I don't know, 10 or 12 foot drop off from where.
This is before the drop off. There's a drop off right.
The drop off right there at the edge of it. Like it is like straight down, and there's a ditch way over in here like that. The lady or the guy up the road told me it used to be a spring, and they used to drink water out of it until somebody contaminated it with some kind of oil or something. But it's pretty deep. Not as deep over here, but it gradually gets deeper as it gets across. But I think it needs some kind of land. I think landscaping will help with erosion control, you know. Like, I don't know. I mean, you can't just put pavement to the edge of it, I wouldn't think, but I was kind of worried about how deep the retention pond's going to be. But the one map shows the pipe going over, look like towards that ditch.
You have the geolocate map of the East Monroe Water Corporation. It has some property lines on it. If you would be so kind as to put that up. That one. Is that helpful?
Yeah, there's a big ditch right here, like it comes down. All of this has been filled in, like now. It used to be a lot aggregate to backfill it and stuff like that from the property, you know. But that's all I got to say.
Well, let me ask my colleagues here if they have questions for you.
So your biggest concern is distance, so from your property and landscaping. Those are your two big concerns?
Yeah, I mean.
All right.
Could you show us your house?
Right here.
On the right?
Yep.
With the yellow dot on
Yep.
it? Oh. Okay.
Sorry, could you go closer? I can't quite make sure which one you mean.
Yellow dot right there.
On the far
to the right.
Okay, on the far right lower corner.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
My property just goes behind it and then over, and then my property adjoins the state ground that comes up and
it looks like the water pipe runs in your front yard. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't doubt it.
I mean, is that what it looks like?
I've never dug it up, but
That's how they did things, you know.
no, it's over here by the road, closer over here, because they had to dig it up and fix the lady across the street's water. I think it went bad. All right.
Thank you, thank you. So, okay, are there other members of the public who would like to speak, either in favor or in opposition to this petition? If not, Mrs. Van Sant, you have another 5 minutes to rebut. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Okay, I just think I want to reiterate that I'm here for 4 variances on landscaping with this. However, on the landscaping one where I have recommended on that one side by East Monroe to go down to 7 foot from the 10 foot, if that's going to cause a problem for them with any type of water line with plantings there, I'm okay with not putting landscaping there, right? I'm okay with that. We were trying to abide by what they were requesting and trying to fit everything in there. Also, when you guys spoke about the turnaround, we kind of spoke outside in the hallway prior, and we were talking about where things really were. That doesn't have to be blacktop. We're not concreting anything. It would probably be asphalt. It could be gravel. That does not hurt my feelings. I think it's my understanding with Jackie and Sean that that's still impervious coverage gravel, because we had talked about, well, could we just gravel that and then it's not part of the square footage? So that all kind of came into play. So we're okay with that being gravel in that area and with not having landscaping on that lower part that would be near the water company's water line. Not a big deal. Again, it's a detention basin, so it's not deep. I know when people use the word pond, it sounds like you're going to go jump in and swim for the summer. That is not what it is. It's just for the drainage to go off and then drain away with that. So, and then to kind of speak about the residential home for Mr. Yes, Burkhart. On the east side, as I mentioned earlier, the grass that's currently there is no plantings. It is just grass, if you want to call it grass, but it's just green on the ground. Sean, can you show me that picture maybe a little bit? So there's nothing that's even, there's no, what you guys would call like a D value, right? It's all on the ground there, and it starts up in the front 5 feet, and it goes back to only 12 feet. So even by giving the 10 feet up front, we're giving more with plantings on that side as well, and then in the back with the 15 foot, we're gonna have plantings back there. On the back part of the property, it is steep back there behind us, and I think that's some of the concern with trying to do plantings back there. We'll probably be disturbing what's there, trying to plant trees when there are already trees back there and it's not backing up to a roadway or anything of that nature. So it's kind of like it's not, and the blacktop, I know Mr. Burkhart also said about concrete right up to the edge, but it's not. Behind the buildings, that is grass as well. Maybe that overview of the site plan, Sean. Sorry, you're getting a workout. That one. So I mean, back there, the blacktop, and things are going to stop. This is the buildings, and behind that is going to be greenery, whether or not it's a detention basin or not. That is still all green space back there. So that's kind of where we are. So again, just to reiterate with the lot coverage, right, where the 4,000 is a large portion of that for that turnaround for the fire department. And if we took that away, that would put us pretty close. I think it would be just a little bit over where we could do that. If you took that 7 foot off over there too, that's not part of it. But, and then with the width, those were the other ones. And then also with the back and then the detention, not having any landscaping, meaning like bushes and things like that in the detention basin, because we want to be able, there's drains in there. We want to be able to clean those out as well if that's ever a problem. So that's kind of where I stand, but I just kind of wanted to focus on the things. And obviously we will work with Sean and Jackie and whoever with the water line with that, because again, it is our water for our resident as well. And so that's not something that we're trying to disturb by any means to that, so.
Okay, thank you. Do you have questions, any other questions? So then we have to come back to ourselves for further discussion and or a motion. So just thank you. You can sit down and we'll figure out what What?
Yeah, she is right. Her variances are about landscaping, and she's absolutely right about that. The things that we just heard Mrs. Van Sant talk about, the 7 versus 10, we don't have to worry about whether it's gravel or pavement, or I know we don't have to care about that. But do we need to worry about any of those things as we make motions on these? Should there be any conditions that are attached?
Yeah, one condition they have to do is work with the Water Corporation. The Water Corporation didn't have ideas that, I mean, they found it out a lot in the last month.
Yeah, with
And
the break.
so, that has to be a condition. And it's not just about the landscaping, it's about the overall site plan. That, unfortunately, that's why the discussion today broadened, is because they found out new information that, that may but anyway, the working with the Water Corporation is a minimum, though. That's just a minimum, I think, in terms of a condition on any approvals going forward, and including the site plan when it's finalized. The Water Corporation has to be coordinated with, because there's so many customers who depend upon that water, and that's a gusher. That's a gusher.
This may be my last time.
Yes, Guy.
Well, I have a staff question. Do our ordinances require paving that turnaround normally?
Yeah, we actually just asked that question. So we could put gravel just on the cul-de-sac area, because that area is technically not a parking area, it's a turnaround area, but the rest of the site is required to be asphalt if it's part of the parking area.
Right, but that means the area that's the problem for the water line could be gravelled, and that seems to solve lots of problems.
I also think that, as Pamela brought up, are there any other conditions that we would have to weigh? If in your conditions, and this would be something that our council could weigh in on, but to give them the flexibility to switch out trees for shrubs or like grasses would definitely be helpful if we end up where we're short something. So I don't know how to exactly word that, except just like a one-for-one, like a substitution, allowing substitution of trees to other material types suitable for the East Monroe Water Corporation.
Right, it seems to me any place that is over the water line, which we're now going to locate with confidence, within 15 feet of that should be shrubs, not trees, because they say shrubs are okay, trees are not. Is that right, gentlemen?
They're shaking their heads.
Yeah. Okay. So, if this is an appropriate way to do it, I move approval of, thank you, approval of 2450 A, B, C, and D, which is the Van Sant at 3434 South Night Ridge, with the following conditions. Number one, that the turnaround be gravel, not blacktop or concrete, not asphalt or concrete. And number two, any areas that are determined to be above the East Monroe water line be, for 15 feet on either side, be shrubs, not trees. And that also, I think, is going to help Mr. Burkhart, because he's going to have landscaping where he's now got super uglies.
And I think Margaret wanted to add a third one, that to work out a plan with the water company.
They're already working together.
Yes, they sure are.
And I'm sure that Mr. Potter and Mr. Riggert will. Everybody respects each other, and we just have new information in the last couple of weeks, and so everyone will be respectful, but it should be a condition.
And the other one, we've talked about a 7-foot versus 10-foot. There was that one little distinction where Mrs. Van Sant said, oh, if they need 3 more feet, we'll do it, because her original request was for 7 feet.
I'm just
You
gonna.
you aren't
I'm
gonna worry
just-
about that?
I'm not worried about 3 more feet
Okay,
of
then.
landscaping.
All
I
right.
think she's worked incredibly hard
Yeah, worked
to
very hard.
salvage
Yes.
a derelict property. And this is the, you're always welcome, but you have other things you'd probably rather do, and your engineers. And I greatly appreciate that this is taking a worthless piece of property, turning it into a valuable piece of property that you've worked with us right along, and that now we've uncovered at the 11th hour a concern about the water line, and these conditions we're adding in should make it cheaper for you, which I'm happy to have happen. So
I'll second that motion. If you got that motion, did you get the motion? Splendid.
I'm going to repeat this back because I made
Good.
some friendly amendments, so bear with me here. So VAR-24-50A, B, C, and D, the motion is to approve with conditions, so I'll go ahead and read these out loud. So the first one was that the turnaround area be constructed with gravel instead of asphalt. The second one was any areas determined to be above a water line and within 15 feet of either side of the water line be allowed to substitute trees for shrubs or perennials, ferns, or grasses, as long as the total D value can still be met. Or do you want a 1-for-1?
Would like it 1-for-1.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Colleagues, yeah. And I hope that I have not been, overstate, just because I happen to have more knowledge of that property than my colleagues, I hope I haven't offended you, Mrs. Van Sant, or you, Damon and Bob and Mr. Burkhart, about, trying to work out the best possible arrangement. I hope I haven't overstepped my bounds. It means that where one tree is requested, 1 bush can be replaced. And that may then, because the D value might change for a bush versus a tree, and so we're doing 1-for-1, and that's more favorable to you. Yeah.
Let me repeat that. So we've got the first condition, turnaround areas be constructed with gravel, non-asphalt. And then the second condition, any areas determined to be above the water line and within 15 feet of either side of the water line be allowed to substitute shrubs or perennials, ferns, or grasses for trees. And we are allowing a 1-for-1 substitution regardless of D value. And then the third condition was to work with the East Monroe Water Corporation on any necessary site design changes.
We say to continue to work, because she's already worked. Let's acknowledge that.
All right, so if
Yes,
that's,
I'm game.
okay. All right, so there's been a motion, and I believe there was a second.
Second.
So I will call the roll with that and with those conditions as revised. Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Margaret Clemens?
Yes?
Guy Loftman?
yes.
Okay, motion is approved 3-0.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for working so well with last-minute information. And we do think that the community is better off, and we appreciate your working so well with staff. Thank you.
And the water company coming in, we've got a much better plan than we thought we might get. And so I'm glad we all came up with a good plan.
Thank you, Damon and Bob. Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on. Does anybody need a break, or should we just power through?
Power through.
Power through, I
Okay,
might
we'll
get up
power
and walk
through.
around a little bit, but
Okay,
I
that's
won't have
okay.
to leave the room.
You can move about the cabin. Okay, So we're moving on to variances 6 and 7, items 6 and 7 on the agenda, and that concerns variance 2451A and B. And this is the Humphrey residential use standards for an accessory dwelling unit, 1,000 square foot size limitation, and a Humphrey residential use standards pertaining to an accessory dwelling unit on a 5-acre lot size regarding two 4.79 plus or minus acre parcels in Perry Township at 630 East Empire Mill Road. And Ms. Crecelius, if you would be so kind to review this with us, we'd be grateful. I'm going to move about the cabin too for a second.
Thank you. So as you stated, the property is located in Perry Township off of East Empire Mill Road. The petition site is zoned agricultural residential 2.5. Surrounding properties are zoned agricultural, limited industrial, and mineral extraction. So a summary of the request is that these are 2 design standard variances to the detached accessory dwelling unit standards. So a bit of background is that the petitioners...
If you don't mind, I just, for the record, would like to note that Jeff Morris has been on since you began this presentation, so he will be completely clued in. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
So last year in 2024, before the adoption of the CDO, the petitioners pursued a rezone. So they have been working towards pursuing a detached accessory dwelling unit for some time now. So the property is 4.79 acres. It's unplatted. Back in 2024, it was zoned estate residential, and detached accessory dwelling unit is not a permitted use. They sought a rezone before the CDO, and the county commissioners did approve that rezone, and they were rezoned to agricultural rural reserve at the end of 2024. And then under the CDO on December 18th of 2024, they were rezoned from AGRR to just AGR. They are now pursuing the next step kind of in this journey, and so that would be, this request is to convert the existing residence on site to the detached accessory dwelling unit. This means that they're proposing to construct a new residence that would be considered the primary residence. So the existing residence would have to meet all of the standards of a detached accessory dwelling unit. So that's what we're looking at today. The existing residence is, stated as having 1,900 square feet of livable space per the petitioner's representative. The petitioner report card does state that probably the majority of the whole home, including space that would not be defined as livable, as about 2,400. So accessory dwelling units, attached or detached, is permitted in the AGR zone under the CDO. It is a separate, complete housekeeping unit with a kitchen, sleeping area, full bathroom facilities, which is attached or detached extension to an existing single-family detached dwelling structure and not directly accessible from the existing single-family dwelling. So generally, we would see that a home is developed with a primary structure, and then they create an accessory dwelling. So right now, they're kind of flipping it on its head. They're saying, let's take the existing home, classify it as the detached accessory dwelling unit, and build another residence. That would be the primary. So the petitioner's letters state that this would allow them to be on site to provide care of family and assist with business that is associated directly to the east of the petition site. They state that the new residence would be a 4-member household, but they do not necessarily include what size the new residence would be if this was approved. They do have a renewal septic permit from the health department for new construction. That septic permit has an approved septic field location and is approved for 3 bedrooms. So septic permits capacity is by bedroom. And then along this kind of journey, the petitioner had expressed interest in subdividing. However, in the AGR zoning district, you would need either a minimum of 10 acres or a connection to sewer system eligible to subdivide. So the property is 4.79 acres and would be unable to connect to a sewer system which kind of led them down this road of a rezone and then pursuing a variance. So the two standards that we're looking at the variance request for is from point B in 811-4C, and these are the standards for that accessory dwelling unit. There are multiple standards. I did not list every single one here within your packet. But starting on page 74 of the packet and then running through page 75, I list out every standard for a detached accessory dwelling unit and compare and say whether that standard can be met for the existing home or not. On screen is the only one that needs variances. The other ones, they either might have information or they potentially could adapt to, right? But these cannot be met. So the standard states that for these zoning districts, the minimum lot size required is 5 acres. And then it goes on to say, and the size of the accessory dwelling unit or detached accessory dwelling unit is limited to 1,000 square feet of livable residential space. So again, the site is 4.79 acres, right under that 5 acres. And the existing home they are stating has 1,900 square feet. Question though, what is residential livable space? And this is something that we addressed under the zoning ordinance. So the definition of livable residential space is calculated as the space connected or part of a residential dwelling that is heated and cooled. And then the definition goes on to include what it excludes and what it includes. So it excludes decks, patios, non-heated or cooled maintenance closets, but it would include, habitable loft space, unfinished basements, dining rooms, things like that. So on screen is the same site plan that the petitioner provided, but their property is long and narrow. So both images are the same, just zoomed in a little bit differently. So the property, they'd be proposing access for the existing dwelling and the proposed new primary dwelling would have access from the existing driveway. So they highlight shared driveway from East Empire Mill Road. It would then extend out to a new primary home site. On the image on the right side of the screen, very faint, but in the bottom left of the right image is kind of the approximate location of the approved septic field.
You point that with your cursor?
Yeah, here.
Okay, thank you, I see.
Yes.
Thank you.
So a couple of images from last year when the leaves were still on and the sun was in the sky, which looks so nice. This is looking south at the petition site. So I am behind the existing residence, which would be the dadu, looking south at that probably other 2 acres of the petition site. So the proposed new primary home would be back here in this field. Again, just a slightly different view from the existing paved driveway. And then an image of the existing home. So again, property report card says about 2,400 total square feet. Normally the property report card comes from the assessor's office and they normally go by like outside dimensions. So that probably includes the garage, outdoor deck space, etc. So on screen, I'm just gonna kind of flip through the petitioner's letter. I'm sure everybody has read this, but if we need it, we have it here. We can refer back to by Mr. Carmen. So a couple of scenarios of what-if scenarios, since there are 2 variances here requested. So I think this is helpful when considering variances, especially if there are multiple. So if both variances are denied, the petitioner would be unable to build an accessory dwelling unit on the property. If 51A is denied, and 51A is the 1,000 square foot size limitation, and 51B is the 5 acre lot size. So if the 1,000 square feet is denied and the 5 acre lot size is approved, the petitioner could pursue an accessory dwelling unit, but the structure must meet 1,000 square feet of livable space requirement. So that may mean the existing home has to remain a primary, the proposed new home could be a dadu, it would have to meet 1,000 square feet, right? So it could be permitted, you could do a dadu, 1,000 square feet is still in play. If both variances are approved, the petitioner could pursue the detached accessory dwelling unit with a livable space up to 1,900 square feet, which is the number they state in their letter. And then if both are approved, the next steps would be they'd be required to submit a certified plot plan with their new building permit, and then demonstrate that the DADU standards are met. So the rest of the standards that were listed on page 74 and 75, they would go ahead and also address those at that time. So, staff recommendation. We do recommend denial for both 51A for the 1,000 square feet limitation and denial for 51B, the accessory dwelling unit 5-acre lot size. And we are stating that practical difficulties have not been met in that the petitioner intends to build a new residence on the property which could meet the detached accessory dwelling unit 1,000 square foot size standards. Additionally, the petitioner could acquire adjacent property to meet the 5-acre minimum. And then I went ahead and included the Chapter 850 definition for practical difficulties. Does anybody have questions?
Okay, do members of the Board of Zoning Appeals have questions for staff?
Not yet.
And Mr. Morris, do you have questions for staff? I realize this is your first meeting, but this is where the CDO is meets reality. So welcome to the BZA. Okay, so then we'll hear from the petitioner's representative, Mr. Carmen. Welcome back. You haven't left.
That was the chuckle. My name is Mike Carmen, representing the petitioners. Need to clarify identities first. The petitioners, the property owner's petitioner is Harold Humphrey,
Mike, would you
not
put
Raymond.
aim the mic at yourself a little better? Thank you.
Okay, all right.
That's much better.
To clarify names, so we don't, the petitioners, property owners, Chris Humphrey, Harold Humphrey. Raymond Humphrey is here, son, who's a concerned party to this petition because it's his house that we're talking about to be built, and his wife, Kaylee. Can you, do you have I think it's page 82 in the packet. If you go to that, shows the property lines and aerial view with the property lines imposed. Thought it was page 82. There, say that, thank you. I want to talk about the 5-acre minimum first. I mean, the property's locked in. The comment was, well, they could acquire additional property. Can it go across the street and acquire it? Can't go to the east and acquire it because we're getting into the business property and it's improved business property. You can see the little wedge there. It's more obvious here. Some years ago, there was a property swap with the property owner there to the south. That's why you had the little wedge shapes there. South of this property is Indian limestone. If you ever try getting land out of Indian limestone, and to the east is church being converted over time to a school. Maybe we could acquire property there. I don't know that it's likely, but I want to talk about form over substance. If we would acquire 0.2 acres, or 0.21 acres from adjacent property, most likely be right here. Zero purpose other than form over substance of we have 5 acres, but it's of no practical difference. 4.79 acres compared to 5 acres we'd grab from the neighbor in some manner, 0.221 acres. What have we gained? What have we achieved? What have we done to improve the property? What have we done to make it more useful? What have we done to protect the neighbor? We've done nothing except elevate the importance of 5 over 4.79 and gained nothing. That troubles me that's what we're being told you should do. But the property's locked in. It is what it is, and would ask for approval of the variance from the 5 acres to 4.79. The other variance, the DADU size, 1,000 square feet. You weren't the Planning Commission, some of you are, and the Board of Commissioners, and I would acknowledge that one of the issues that came up in the ordinance that was recently been adopted, that we live now, the CDO, was to increase the allowed size of the DADU. Actually, I thought that was going to happen, and somewhere along the line, late in the game, that got pulled and whatever. It didn't happen. So we're still at 1,000 square feet. I actually looked at one time like we were going to get some relief on that because that's pretty small. I mean, that's hardly a modern manufactured home, standard size. Most of them will exceed that. But it is an existing house. It is livable space, as we can best calculate it. It seems to be 1,900 feet. I believe that to be an accurate assessment of the square footage of the livable space. So now they own the business there to the east side, the storage business. Chris and Harold do. They're at a point in their life to start looking to turn over that business to the son and his wife. The preference is they would live in close proximity, meaning on site on the property. Thus the pressure to find a way to build a house on this lot or adjacent to it behind the parents' house where they presently live and have lived for quite a while. But that's to build their home. They have 2 children, a four-member household. One of the options that the staff has suggested is, well, the new structure should only be 1,000 square feet, therefore it meets the DADU standards. So we're to tell Kaylee and Raymond, invest your money and build your single-family home, but y'all need to crowd into 1,000 square feet. Or your alternative is build the home size you want and tell the parents, get out of your house and get off the property because you can't stay here in a house of more than 1,900 square feet if we build the house that we want to have our children on it. That's the option that they're being presented. And it's, to my opinion, merely opinion, not a statement of fact, wish it were, an ordinance that is that restrictive, that puts people in that kind of a choice position is unreasonable. But it is the ordinance. The DADU was a great invention. I think it even started before David came along, but I may be the only one in this room that is old enough to remember where we started and let Tim to the point. I don't know if you were actively involved at the time, maybe you were, but met repeatedly with requests for, well, I want to put a trailer out on my lot so I can get my mother living close to me. I need to help take care of her. I want to do that. Those kind of things came to BZA frequently 35 years ago or 30-some years ago.
They still do.
And that issue and some other things ultimately led to what we now have as the DADU. Some of that same pressure, it was part of the sliding scale, carving off a couple small tracks, the same thing. But that's a real issue, a real consideration, and it's a public issue of why not? Why should we have ordinances that are so rigid that deny that opportunity to bring family and other people of concern in close proximity? Who do we hurt on this? Now, I'm going to not say a whole lot more, a couple things I need to talk about. There's actually a nearby neighbor here who I had a chance to talk to tonight. I haven't talked to him for probably 25 years ago over a variance issue then. But he has a perspective on this that I cannot articulate as well as he can. And it's his. I'm going to let him do that about the neighborhood and what this means in the neighborhood. But from a DADU standard, yes, 1,900 is more than 1,000. We all know that. But it is what it is, an existing structure. It cannot feasibly be reduced in size. We aren't going to do destructive changes to take 900 square feet of livable space out of the structure, and so we can call it artificially 1,000 square feet. It makes no sense. It's economic waste, it's destructive, it is permanent, and it should be unnecessary to have to do that. If the house to be built is toward the back part of the lot, it's not close to a neighbor other than the existing businesses that are there on the east side. The land behind it in the limestone land will never be developed. It doesn't look like it's ever going to be mined or quarried for limestone either, but they don't give it up easily. To the east, the west rather, there's no expectation in the near future anything's going to happen on that lot either. We're not putting this house close to anybody except an adjacent business who does not object. The church, as I understand it, the school also does not object. That's the neighbor on the west side. So there's nobody objecting to this. Nobody perceives any harm out of it. It's an existing structure we can't reduce in size, and it's an unreasonable requirement to force the new home, a family home, original home, to be squeezed into 1,000 square feet. And being close to the business, being there to monitor the business, to supervise it, to manage it, and in close proximity, the house to be hardwired to the alarm systems over the storage business. They can't do that at some distance away. So would ask for your approval of variance from that size. And these are independent. A decision on the 5 acre is not related to the other. They are independent. We recognize that, and they need to be kept independent. But the need to build a reasonable family structure on this site so that the owner and operator of the business, or will soon be the owner operator of the business, can be in close proximity to the business and provide better management of it is a compelling reason. And the ability to do that is hinged on not forcing mom and dad out of their home, but allowing them to continue to reside in their 1,900 square foot home, and would ask for your approval to do that. Yes.
And do the Humphreys intend to speak? Because there's 6 minutes left. I don't know if oh, okay, then we'll turn now to my colleagues at the Board of Zoning Appeals for any questions they may have of your group.
I'm sorry, I did one thing.
Yes.
The staff asked the question in the report, and I never did say it. The tentative plans for the home is about 2,700 square feet. The staff,
yes,
that was not specified in the petition. Didn't realize it was needed, but about 2,700 square feet.
Thank you.
Of the current home or the intended?
The new one, that would be the plans for the home that they would build there.
I
If this
see.
works out, would be about 2,700 square feet.
Okay, okay. So do you have questions for Mr. Carmen, or?
I don't think so. I was going to ask a question of the staff.
Yes.
Do you know that what Mr. Carmen was talking about in terms of dadu size possibly being increased? Have you heard that rumor
You mean
too?
with the Plan Commission and
Yes.
the CDO?
That was not on the list of amendments to be added later. So they did, the Plan Commission and the commissioners adopted the CDO just in December of 2024. And we did go through the discussion about the DADU. There was some changes in some zones, but the 1,000 square foot was talked about and it did not change.
And one of the reasons, if I might give a little bit of historical perspectives, is because this is an avenue for people to appeal on basis. And so be that as it may, here we are. So, I'm sorry for,
If you have questions, let me get 30 seconds back on before that. The criteria C refers to relief from the strict application of the zoning ordinance. And I know you've tonight had repeated times somebody's referred to adhering to the ordinance, And I remember Bob Cow, who's held in some high esteem for his time as planning director, never supported a variance, never. When I asked him why not, he said, well, my job is to protect the ordinance. Well, whether that's a really complete statement or not, I would dispute and argue. But the existence of a variance opportunity is part of the ordinance. It's not even part of the ordinance, it's state statute. But it is certainly part of the ordinance. When you follow the variance procedure and make a decision based on that, you are adhering to the ordinance. We talk like doing a variance is some crime sometimes, that we're jettisoning the ordinance to do that. It's part of the ordinance.
Yes.
And when the effort was not made to increase the dadu size as a blanket issue, it left it open for case-by-case consideration through the variance process.
Yeah, but we don't
so
do that. We don't do, we, as you know, as you well know, that we are listening and we consider, we don't have that policy of not granting.
No, but what you do, administer the ordinance through the variance process. That's your empowered to you. The concept of variance is not only permitted by statute, but it's ingrained into the ordinance. To say that we're going to stick to the ordinance means that we'll also consider the variance process.
Carmen, I think that you've been around. I mean, half the time we overrule the denial requested by and as we just did in the last case. I think
can we make that half the time plus 2?
Well, we don't do it all the time.
Are we bargaining? Well, so do you have questions for Mr. Carmen that,
No.
Other than about our theoretical, sometime we should have a beer and talk about it, But this is the Humphreys variance, and so we are giving it its due consideration. So,
So right now, this entire tract of property is owned by the parents, and here is son and daughter-in-law and family saying, we're going to live on the same titled property as mom and dad with our house in the back in a shared driveway that's a tandem driveway, it looks like, so you'll be, I hope you all get along for a long time. That's the plan, correct? But
And to work
not
the business
And
into-
the subdividing rules can't subdivide this because it's not big enough.
With
So
one added-
otherwise,
I'm sorry.
that avenue is closed to them, excuse
With
me.
one added point is not only on the same lot with parents, but also you're looking at future owner and manager of the business that they're adjacent to.
And built-in grandparents,
And also built-in caretakers for life.
caretakers.
Yeah.
all
So
those
all
important
those
things.
important things that we, of course, value, but we are going to hear
That's right.
from the public. And I understand that there's a gentleman here in the room.
Did
who-
either of the petitioners want to
No,
speak?
they wanted to defer to Mr. Carmen.
Okay, I
So,
missed that. Thank
sir,
you.
if you would kindly come up to the microphone and sign in.
Yes, certainly.
He's a neighbor.
Mr. Fish, would you kindly raise your right hand? And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You have
And
three.
the name?
My name is Richard Fish.
I suspected that.
Yes. I'm here because I'm a neighbor. I live right across the street from Ray and Chris Humphreys. If you saw on there was an earlier slide that showed my land, which is just across the street. And not only do I not object in any way to this petition, I would very much like to see it granted. And I offer the fact that I've been here since 5:30 as evidence of that.
We're so sorry.
That's a good neighbor.
There's good reason here. Because, first of all, I see no harm in any way to the neighborhood or to my property, but I see positive benefits. It's bound to increase the property value to some extent in our neighborhood. That impacts revenues from taxes. But our neighborhood is unique, or maybe at least very unusual, because we're an interface between old residential uses and commercial and light industry. And this is one of the last bits of the neighborhood to be dealt with, really. The Humphreys have a business there, which is a storage unit business, and people come and go all the time, all kinds of people coming and going all the time. A business like that, if it is not properly and well managed, can become really problematic, especially in a residential area. And this plan that they have is going to make that much easier to do and to keep it well managed. That's a big benefit to me, and I think to the rest of the neighborhood. And now we have a church that's becoming a school, so there's going to be a lot of children up there as well. So giving them the chance to manage that business right, this makes total sense to me, and I see no downside. You're not going to get inundated with a lot more petitions from our neighborhood. There isn't any more land there. You're not going to create a precedent that you're going to have to use all over the county, because our neighborhood is so unusual in its zoning concatenation. And I am just very good friends with Ray and Chris. They've been wonderful neighbors to me. And again, I've been there 50 years, almost 50 years in my house, and the house will be 123 this summer.
Wow,
So when I moved in, there was nobody across the road, nobody at all, and I've watched all of this come in, and I have a good sense of the continuity of the land in this area and what it can be used for and the best uses of it. I think this would be a very good use.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fish.
Thank you, Mr. Fish.
Thank
Let's
you.
hear your voice again.
Yes.
Yes.
And so we appreciate your comments. We're going to see if any more members of the public would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this petition. If so, raise your virtual hand or come to the podium in the room. And if we see none, then we come back to us for further discussion and/or a motion.
This is such a case of the ordinance versus the practical effects, isn't it, though? Because, as I said, the subdivision possibility isn't there, and strictly by the DADU rules, you don't meet it, no question. But it doesn't fit the circumstances of the day and the time. So this is a tough one if you really want to uphold the ordinance, because the practicalities are absolutely clear, don't you think?
Well, I myself am in favor of this request because this is where, like you said, we have the conflict between the ideal and the real, and I'm all for this beautiful family continuing to care for itself and its business, and they've found a way to do it. They've invested in the land, and I think they should have the freedom to go for it and you know, make this livable situation for their family.
And I will note that we are seeing more and more of these circumstances where families are reconnecting to care for each other. And it really is a thing we need to embrace.
Yes.
In so many ways.
Yes. How about you, Guy?
Yes.
I think, for me, while it's very appealing anyway, the fact that the one house is already there is dispositive to me. Therefore, I move to approve 50 variance 54A and B for the Humphrey residential use standards for 5 at 630 East Empire Mill Road.
And I mean, we did see that practical difficulties had been met, that it would actually cause no damage or depreciation of homes surrounding it. And this is the least or the most parsimonious way that they could go about achieving their goals with regard to the land.
That's what I was going to say.
So,
I'll second Guy's motion.
yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve VAR-24-51A and VAR-24-51B, which is the two development or design standard variance requests. One is the Humphrey residential use standards variance request for the accessory dwelling unit size of 1,000 square feet to Chapter 811, and the other is the standard of the 5-acre minimum to Chapter 811. If approved and we receive a subsequent building permit, this would allow the existing home to become an accessory dwelling unit and for them to build a new single family. Okay, Margaret Clements?
Yes.
Guy Loftman?
Yes.
Jeff Morris?
Yes.
Pamela Davidson?
Yes.
Okay, motion is approved.
Thank you for your stamina tonight, and thank you, and thank you for participating in the process and being good neighbors to each other.
And waiting so long for resolution.
And speaking of waiting so long for resolution, we have our final case tonight. It's VAR-25-2, and this is the Rogers petition concerning 5360 West May Road, and this is a buildable area request in a riparian area and a 25% slope variance to Chapter 813. So I believe that Mr. Brown, if he's still online, that he will review this case with us.
Thank you. So as you mentioned, this is the variance from the buildable area standards from Chapter 813, specifically riparian area and 25% slope. The purpose of this variance is to establish a single-family residence on the property in its proposed location. The petitioner is proposing to construct a single-family detached dwelling and a detached accessory dwelling unit, but the variance is geared specifically towards their proposed location for the former, the single-family detached dwelling. More specifically, its proposed location would require the driveway to cross over an area of 25% slope as well as a riparian area. There are no residential building permits associated with either structure at this time, so there may be more variances that staff has not fully found yet that it would find during a full review of a building permit. And here is the location and comprehensive plan of the property. It's worth noting that the parcel lines are slightly off. There was recently a Type E administrative subdivision where a little bit was carved out of this lot. The proposed zoning map actually shows the correct and current configuration. There's also the site conditions map here. The area of 25% slope or greater is in red, and you may be able to make out the riparian area that kind of goes along the property here. And here is a pictometry view of the property, as well as a view of the subject property from relatively close to the road. I would have ventured further, but it was very icy after that storm. On the left is the petitioner letter, and on the right is a certified plot plan that shows the location of both the proposed single-family residence as well as the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit. Under the circumstances of what square footage is, by reviewing the square footage of both proposed structures, the one towards the rear of the property is the proposed single-family dwelling with a square footage of around 1,048 square feet, while the one closest to the road has a square footage of 943 square feet, I believe. And here are some zoomed in images of the certified plot plan showing the location of both. The one on the right is what activated the variances. As you can see, there is an area of 25% slope or greater that the driveway would have to cross, as well as a creek as a riparian area. And there is also a lot of area towards the front of the property in the same location of the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit that is under 25% slope. And so staff is recommending denial of VAR-25-2 as there is buildable area on the property where single-family residence could be constructed without crossing either the riparian area or the area of 25% slopes. And I'll take any questions.
Mr. Brown, would you kindly put up on the map where that alternative location could be where it would not have to cross?
It could be down here more towards the road along with the proposed detached accessory dwelling unit. It might be easier if I pull up the whole site plan.
Okay.
So this is the current proposed location for the single family residence where my mouse cursor is. And we think it could just be closer towards the road here. This would not involve crossing a riparian area or an area of 25% slope or greater.
I see. Thank you so much. So the difference would be closer to the road versus toward the back for more privacy for the most part, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So do members of the BZA have questions for staff?
Is it the driveway placement that is the problem?
It is the fact that the proposed driveway is going over an area of 25% slope or greater, as well as will need to cross a riparian area, this creek here. Under the new standards in Chapter 813, a driveway, I believe, and Jackie, feel free to correct me on this, is considered a structure and thus would need to abide by the slope restrictions as well as riparian area restrictions. Both are considered non-developable area.
It's a new change as of when?
This is within the CDO.
I see.
CDO better describe the non-buildable areas, and it included riparian areas. The slopes to 25% or greater was first instigated by a house bill at the state level that was enacted.
I see.
So this is, the driveway is going through both two non-buildable features, the 25% slope and the creek crossing.
I see. I see. Okay, we'll hear from the petitioner now, and if you would kindly go to the podium and sign in. Do you both intend to speak? You'll have a total of 15 minutes. Okay, so if you'll both sign in, and then I'll swear you both in. Sir, would you kindly raise your right hand, and do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Well, you'll have 15 minutes.
Okay, my name is Dan Rogers. I own the property there at 5340. We actually own...
I'm sorry, I'd like your name, sir.
Oh, Daniel Rogers.
Thank you.
I live at 5340 West May, and we have applied for an accessory dwelling, which I currently own the 5340 West May Road, and was going to sell that to my daughter. We had 10 acres, so we had it subdivided by Eric Deckard, and so we had to make, he told us we had to make it into a subdivision. 5 acres, and then we could split the other 2 in half, one of them being the accessory dwelling, and then the other one could be a new home with unlimited. The accessory dwelling, it was told it was 1,000 square feet. And then my son there, Danton, was going to build in the back, where you see the back property in the back, and that's where we crossed the 25% slope. And the one that we were going to build is up here in the front, and I didn't think you could put another house that close to the other one. So it's nice and level where they're building in the back. It does cross a creek, which is IU came out and so it's an underground, it's not really a creek. It's I forget the term that they use. So that wasn't an issue, according to Eric Deckard from the planning department, that it was going over a riparian water source. It was not an issue to them, because it's I forget what they call it, where it comes out of the ground, and it's not a dedicated creek. It's already called, it's
Is it a karst?
What is it?
Karst?
No, it's a...
intermittent waterway?
Yes, that's what I believe that it is. It goes from I cannot, for the life of me, it's a pretty common waterway that's underneath the ground. No, but I can't think of it right now.
Ravine?
What's that?
What?
A ravine?
No, it's like a hidden river, it sounds
Yes,
like. A subterranean stream.
Oh, okay.
Which is, yes, but there's a term for it.
Yeah.
It's pretty common that it's...
What?
Yes, sir. A spring. It's a natural spring. It comes out of the ground. It crosses there. I could not think of that for anything.
He's still
But
awake.
that was, according to Mr. Deckard, they asked somebody, and it was not considered a proper waterway. So that, to them, wasn't an issue, but evidently it is. So I didn't know that there was a second variance. But as far as putting another 1,000-foot home, that was going to go. I live over on the other side of that property. We had to give this for a barn that we put there. We had 10 and then divided it. So the accessory dwelling does not make sense that there is no other place to put it in the front without, I'm only going to own the 5 acres that we're going to be living on. The other 5 is going to be, it's an existing house that we're selling. And it's a family. It's all 3 is a family, kind of making it, as an accessory dwelling, so we can have somebody take care of us. So my daughter's a nurse practitioner, so that's why we proposed this. You want anything you add? The only thing that is, the driveway is the only thing that's going to go across a 25% slope. But we understand that there's rules.
Thank you for coming tonight, and I'm going to ask this is your son?
Yes, ma'am.
To sign in, and then I'll swear you in. So if
I
you,
signed both of them in.
Oh, great.
So if the tech, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes,
name, sir?
so thank you for hearing our case tonight.
Your name, sir? I'm sorry.
My name's Danton, Danton.
Thank you.
Yes, and it's my father. We've lived on the property for almost over 20 years. We bought the land, now 10 acres, what they own, in hopes of one day being able to all live together on the same land. So this is how we have got the plan. My sister's buying their current property right now at 5340. They would like to build this assisted dwelling unit in the front, showing right here. And then I was planning on building in the back. The back spot is beautiful, great, very flat, there's no problem for the house section back there. This site plan does not correctly reflect what we're asking about the driveway. So what I understand is the concern is this area right here of the 25% slope. And the site plan has the driveway going straight down against the fence line there. What we're asking is if possible, could we curve this to make the driveway a curve on that slope? We know there'd be necessary building that we would have to do. We'd get, have to have equipment, build the driveway so it's level. There'd be a certain grade on the other side of it. You know what I mean? We'd have to build it down with a bulldozer. But, we're wanting to get that driveway just past that limited area of space.
Have you had an engineer look at the driveway at all?
Not yet. No, we haven't got to that step yet.
It's my understanding, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, that if we permit the variance, it still has to go through site plan approval. So how it curves and what it does and where it goes will still be under, coordination with the building department. Is that right?
So if they're going to change the location of the driveway, it's going to, let's say curve into the slope in a different angle, that is something that we would want to see finalized plans on with the BZA, since whatever the site plan is here is what's being approved.
I see.
And we're talking about traversing like 40 feet of terrain at least.
Do
so.
we need to continue this so they can bring that back to us?
I don't know if they have, do you have a plan? Or
We don't.
Okay.
A lot of it depends on whether or not we can build.
Well, this.
You cannot do the back, then we're
Well, it's just a catch-22, like we're trying to figure out the best, like you came in with that drawing, and if we approve that drawing, and then afterwards you want to change it, then you have to come back.
Right. Well, then I would be okay with this if this could be approved.
But, can you tell me here, just, to see if we can get it done, can you show me where you would like to do that curving driveway?
Yeah, if you guys can go back to the slide where it has the actual house and picture, or this is actually fine. Well, yeah, one of those two, whichever one. This one is. Maybe go to the one with the house, please, the actual picture. Yes. So this right here is the only portion of the hill. On the site plan that you guys have, it has the driveway coming off of my parents' existing. That was what I considered to be one of the steepest parts, is right there towards the left on that fence line. What I'm suggesting is somehow building or S-ing or curving down that hill to reduce, so maybe even like an S, I don't know.
Incline, but from our perspective, from planning's perspective, that even though that's a safety feature for you, it creates more disturbance to the soil because it goes over greater portions. I'd like to know from staff, what is the exact slope here?
Over 25%, I can calculate it really quickly.
Because up to 25% is allowed now with the new
This is well over 25%.
well over, okay.
What is well over?
This part of the driveway.
The way that we measure slope is over a 50-foot distance, so I'll go ahead and measure it on our GIS really quickly.
She is so good.
36% slope.
36% slope, so you're allowed to build up to 25%, and you're about 11% over that. And this isn't an eco area, is it?
That's correct. This is not.
So he's proposing a longer duration of the driveway over that slope so as to slow down the car, but that's not on the site plan. I don't know what to do with that, you know.
I think the question was to see if you guys would be even willing to go over the 25% limit. Like, if we come back with a whole site plan, that would require additional fees and everything like that. But I think that's why we are seeing if you guys would even allow the 25% grade, even with that curvature.
Okay, so here is the issue. If we approve this tonight,
right,
that's what gets approved. If you have another idea, we should continue it, and you present the changed plan, and we would vote on the changed plan, and then you don't have to pay 2 sets of fees. But there are no guarantees whether or not it gets to be approved. But you've been sitting here all night, and you see the way we work, you know, so I don't know. Let's give the guy a preliminary idea of, are we completely disfavorable or completely favorable? What do you think so far with what you know, if we continue it?
I mean, we would do whatever we need to do to make the driveway safe. No, this is, the portion of the hill is right here.
Okay, I'm going to be frank. It's going to be hard to talk me into going down into a 30%.
36.
36%, you know, going, you know, between 25 and 36 and back up. I haven't seen the plan. I don't know how it would be built, but I just frankly, that's a stretch for me. That's probably more than I can stretch.
But then how do you put a driveway to have access to that property in the back? Is there any other?
That property's not there yet. They want to build it.
It's not. That's true.
Yeah.
That's the proposed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the property's there, but not the house.
Right. And no access right now, the way it is.
Yeah. We would be coming off of their driveway right now.
I've got a staff question. Could they put the 2 houses on the front?
We believe so. There's enough room in the front. I don't know if we've discussed that. Okay.
And
it's 36%.
And yes,
the front is
is
very flat. It's less than 25%.
Because I think you said you thought you couldn't put 2 houses at the front. You don't want to. You might be allowed to, but you don't want them. I misunderstood.
They want space. So is there?
I get it. But it's not. That's your decision, not our decision. Yeah. Okay.
I just have a question. You had mentioned, and I think, sir, you'll have to come up to the microphone with your son. You had mentioned something about a neighbor coming through the neighbor's lot to get to the back here, which is your daughter's, I think.
No, that would be the neighbor that we don't own, which would be over here. This side. We do not own anything on that side.
Would they let you do that?
I don't know. I'd have to talk to the neighbor, but you're going down a 25% slope. You know, the same.
The same topography?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So
36%. So Pam, what do you say?
Wow. The issue right now is the driveway.
The driveway.
The driveway,
Not
and
the house.
not the house. Can you build a bridge over such a driveway is that? I mean, I just watched that. Very small, so not really.
That's, the problem is just the 25, in the back, there is no over the creek. I guess that is one of the variants we need, but I didn't know that.
Creek. Yeah, to get over the, that area. So.
I love the idea of three family members having their own houses living together. That's their dream. You must all like each other. It's lovely.
We bought 20 acres 10 thinking it was enough back then, but it wasn't.
Yeah. And they did do this subdivision for their daughter.
Yeah, we had to spend $5,000 just to have it surveyed. And then now we're trying to figure out if we can build there.
Yes.
After the fact.
Of course, our discussing this is not binding upon us. Jeff Morris, he's online. What are you thinking, Mr. Morris?
I'm in alignment with what the other members of the BZA are saying. I think the secondary question that has now come up for me is the existing gravel driveway on the adjacent property. I'm wondering if there's a plan to put an easement in place for that, because I could see that as potentially being an issue in addition to the slope.
I'm not.
He said in the adjacent driveway, there's a gravel driveway that he wondered if there could be an easement that you could gain access to so that, you could share that.
I am still a little bit lost, sir. I don't know, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking he's saying, that we don't own it. We could use the same driveway that we currently use.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't see, and then swing over. But that's the only, I don't really see the slope is behind us.
Red,
and if we go over to the west there, you got to deal with the same, I don't own anything past this line right there.
I'm considering the easement question a separate issue. If the current owner allows you verbally to have access, but then sells the property, I'm concerned about the future. So I consider that separate from the 25% slope issue.
Well, I would apply for a driveway permit and come straight off that line if we have to redo it.
I'm inclined to the driveway, not the house, but that's my feeling about it. But you're hearing us frankly discussing it and I'm inclined to be in favor of it. Others, maybe how many others are opposed? 1, 2, 3, I don't know. Jeff, can you?
Well, I'd be willing to give it the easement once it's done, if it's on my property. Like if you came off my driveway, then, that's, I don't understand it really.
Yeah.
I'm less concerned about the easement. I was just bringing that up as a point that I think should be considered. I'm more concerned about the 25% slope and the drawing that we're looking at tonight showing one thing, but hearing that there's actually a different plan. And I would feel better seeing an engineered drawing on how that would work.
I think that all of us feel like you should put some thought into the plan and actually bring that before us, and rather than have you come to us approve something that you don't really want to build, come to us with what you want to build, and then we could we continue this. In other words, it's the same application, but you come back.
But it's really, so what is it you're saying is just, what are we drawing?
We want to see, your son talked about a driveway in a different spot with a curve. So Margaret's right, whatever we plan is what you'll build unless you change it and come back to us. So it's worth your time to do it. And when you ask the engineer or whomever it is that you do, maybe there's more than one idea, because you've talked about along the fence line, you've talked about down the middle, you've talked about different things. Who knows if there's something that they know that we all haven't thought of? Who knows? But we want to know what you specifically want to do, because that's what we want to approve or not approve.
I mean, do you mean like square footage of the house?
No,
Or just
no.
where you want the driveway?
Just the driveway, where the driveway is going to go on the property leading up to the house you haven't planned yet.
Okay.
You know?
But I just, I'm just being frank.
Yeah, you're not gonna
I
approve
know
it.
it's gonna cost money, and you're gonna have to, to do that. And it's still gonna be crossing 25 foot,
Exactly.
sometimes 30%, over 30%. And you can put it anywhere in there with any sort of snaking
not gonna-
around, and it's still gonna be way over. If it was 26%, I might be a little more sympathetic.
Right.
But at 36, I'm going to be hard sell. I'm not telling you I won't do it. You can bring in an engineer and
Yeah, pay them, money and just come
maybe
in here and say no.
convince me. But I'm not recommending you do it but I'm only one, and we'll hopefully have 5 votes. But
And I want to mention something that Mr. Schilling brought up, is we can organize a site visit for BZA members to enter the property with this application, if that's okay. And then if pending that site visit, you all want to see the engineered site plan go through, we could do that. If that would maybe save the petitioner some time and money.
Field trip?
A field trip.
Sure.
Is that okay with you?
That is fine with me. I mean,
Yeah.
once you see the property, I think it'll make more sense than going somewhere else. I mean, I know the Humphreys that just passed, and that's a pretty big deal. I mean, what you gave them compared to the ordinance, and that's neither here nor there. But I'm more than welcome for you to come out.
And we want to keep our minds open, and we are considering it with our whole hearts what it is you want to do.
I just
so,
want to,
Yeah.
have us all together.
so
Is that acceptable to you if we continue it, looking for more specifics so we know exactly what we're approving? Is that acceptable to staff too? That means you come back next month if you're ready, because we don't want to hold you up any longer. Is that right?
That's right.
That's right.
yeah.
Where that driveway is going to go and how to reduce the slope issue as best you can, if you can.
If there's
If
some
you can.
spots that are less than 36%, that are somewhere between 25 and 30%, that would be a lot better than 36%, I'm looking at the orange lines on here, and there's some that are kind of further away, and you can kind of see where a path could be made that is less,
Not by much. Is that footage? I mean, is that where it says?
each line.
Those are 2-foot contours.
Okay, 2
Yeah.
foot.
There's less extreme paths that can be taken. Right now, it's a straight down, but the way I see it, if you go down.
You know your land a lot better than we do, so, yeah. And so we get it. You want your family with their own spot, close enough together, but far enough apart, so we'll just see. see what
Sounds pretty perfect.
We're gonna just come and check it out.
All right, if
Could we
that's
go ahead
acceptable.
and send a motion to continue it before?
Yeah, does anyone motion?
I would like to make a motion to continue the Rogers billable area, riparian area, and 25% slope variance to Chapter 813 till next month.
I second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to continue VAR-25-2, the Rogers buildable area variance, to March 5th, 2025, which is the next Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, to give us time to look for a revised driveway, possibly drawings from the petitioner, as well as time for an additional site visit. A vote yes is a vote to approve, continuing it to March 5th. Margaret Clements,
Yes?
Guy Loftman,
Yes.
Jeff Morris,
Yes.
Pamela Davidson.
Yes.
Motion is approved 4-0.
And I'd like to thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your patience tonight. That was a long one.
Let me just say, I don't think you necessarily have to come up with a full engineer's drawing. Just, If you come up with something that I understand, we can't approve it till we get a serious one. But you know, I don't see how it can be done. But I haven't been on the land, and I know, but if you out a long way, you're still crossing that, and it's the.
But you're a no vote. We know that.
Okay.
And that's going to be pretty much your view, no matter what. I appreciate you telling them that we can save a little bit of money by coming up with not an engineer drawing for the driveway.
Show me the concept, and I'll be glad to look at the concept, and there are a lot of people smarter than me.
I'm not one of them, so I just thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We're sorry
for
it
being
took
so
till
patient.
10 o'clock at night to get out of here.
My.
It was a pleasure to meet you.
Men play tonight?
And we look forward to
No.
seeing you at your house.
Because they played just.
Yeah. The women play tomorrow
What's
night
that?
at 7. At 6.
You know,
I'll
I
go.
gave away my tickets.
I know where you. I walked in behind you.
She's gonna set it up.
Because we got church choir on Thursday night.
Oh, church choir. Yes. Seems very important. Unitarian. Love those Unitarians.
Yeah, well,
They have to be in shock, on fire. I've been calling.
Now, do we adjourn? Is there a motion?
I move we adjourn.